Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Freedom Friday. So I wear my tie here to show you that we really do represent what this country is all about. There's a motto in some states. Every state has a motto. Virginia has a motto: don't tread on me. And right now, Virginia is kind of the centerpiece of politics in America right now regarding gun control. And I was just saying in the room that I will never, ever push gun control on any of you. It's a dividing issue that will take us away from the real issues that we can agree on, like improving the environment without taxing you unnecessarily, saving our nation's economy from the outsourcing that's been still going on under Donald Trump. But now we are looking at an impeachment process where both parties are still at odds, and the dividing line has become more and more clear. And it's obvious that a centrist political movement uniting the country would be very, very beneficial right now. But we are faced with massive amounts of censorship, attacks every night, and we've been doing this show since 2008 with one intention: that's to build this third party. And the people in power are afraid that this will actually become a real thing. They've been desperately trying to stop me, shut me down, and it's not going to work. I'm not driven by monetary gain. The elitists think that everyone's buyable. I'm not buyable. That's what makes this so powerful. I am completely non-materialistic, and this President Donald Trump is incredibly materialistic and vulnerable. Our national security is at risk because he has so many loans out with big Russian oligarchs backing them. It's crazy how he's pretty much thrown our country under the bus, and in the process, he got caught. The Democrats nailed him on this Ukrainian deal, trying to get dirt on Joe in exchange for $400 million in approved aid. The Government Accounting Office said that Trump violated laws by not releasing that aid in a timely manner. He waited 84 days and used it in a quid pro quo fashion, according to 17 witnesses. But the Republicans insist that, no, that's all just lies. Everything everyone says is a lie, according to the Republicans, because the Republicans have bought this pill that Donald Trump delivers, that everything's a lie, it's all a Russian hoax, all fake. Of course Donald Trump says that. He is a liar. He's been lying incessantly about everything. And he's telling his group of people, even the pro-lifers, that the reason why they're going after him is because he supports a baby's right to live. How demented. In his recent campaign pitch, he says that they're going after him because he's simply protecting the poor babies. Wow. So he'll throw babies under the bus too. It's unbelievable. Now the Democrats are playing a video clip of John McCain at the Senate trial to show U.S. support for Ukraine and how Donald Trump impaired that and helped Russia. Thank you. Let's take a look at the late John McCain, what he said.
One American, a war hero and statesman who is no stranger to this body, recognized the threat posed by Russia's invasion of Crimea, Senator John McCain. In an interview, he declared, quote, "We are all Ukrainians." Senator McCain advised that this is a chess match reminiscent of the Cold War, and we need to realize that and act accordingly. He was, of course, absolutely right. Consistent with the commitments made to Ukraine in 1994, the United States and Europe responded to Russia's invasion by imposing significant sanctions on Russia. We joined Europe in providing Ukraine billions of dollars in economic support to help it resist Russian influence. And the Senate approved by an overwhelming bipartisan majority vital security assistance to help rebuild Ukraine's military, which the former Russian-backed leader of Ukraine had starved of resources. This strong bipartisan support for Ukraine reflected what Senator McCain said was an opportunity for the United States to undermine Russian leverage in Eastern Europe by building, quote, a success in Ukraine. Senator McCain outlined this vision.
Putin also sees, here's this beautiful and large and magnificent country called Ukraine. And suppose Ukraine finally, after failing in 2004, gets it right, democracy, gets rid of corruption, economy's really improving, and it's right there on the border of Russia. And so I think it makes him very nervous if there were a success in Ukraine in bringing about a free and open society and economic success, which is not the case in Russia, as you know, which is propped up by energy.
Achieving the Ukrainian success that Senator McCain and many of us hoped for proved to be a daunting task. But several witnesses who testified before the House said Vladimir Zelensky's landslide election in April 2019 was a game changer. Here is how U.S. diplomat David Holmes explained the, quote, historic opportunity created by his election.
Despite the Russian aggression over the past 5 years, Ukrainians have rebuilt a shattered economy, adhered to a peace process, and moved economically and socially closer to the West, toward our way of life. Earlier this year, large majorities of Ukrainians again chose a fresh start by voting for a political newcomer as president, replacing 80% of their parliament, and endorsing a platform consistent with our democratic values, our reform priorities, and our strategic interests. This year's revolution at the ballot box underscores that despite its imperfections, Ukraine is a genuine and vibrant democracy and an example to other post-Soviet countries and beyond, from Moscow to Hong Kong.
Wow.
Support for Ukraine's security and reform is critical not only to our own national security, but that to other allies and emerging democracies around the world.
There you have it. So Ukraine is a vital asset and certainly an important potential trading partner. And Russia is very, very concerned about the growth the Western world has had in influencing Ukraine. Yeah. So, of course, they did everything possible to control Donald Trump on this issue. And Donald Trump purposely kept the money from going to Ukraine, which led to a lot of Ukrainian soldiers dying. Those deaths are on Donald Trump. Even when he flagrantly abused his power by attacking Soleimani unnecessarily at a time when we're right in the middle of an impeachment trial, when he could have done it 7 months ago, shows that Donald Trump put a lot of people in Iran at risk as well. 176 people died because Iran was presumptive that something in their airspace was a U.S. potential danger attacking their country because of the statements Donald Trump made recklessly to Iran, claiming they were going to hit 52 targets. Now 176 souls are dead because of Donald Trump's action against a man that was available 7 months ago to take out, according to officials. Threats, constantly putting pressure on countries like China, forcing them to the bargaining table and not finding any wiggle room whatsoever. China's no longer stopping their trade tariffs. We're not stopping our trade tariffs. It's still hurting manufacturing. It's still hurting the agricultural sector in our country big time. And now nothing in Donald Trump's package talked about dealing with potential bioterrorism, like the fentanyl factory they have in Shanghai. They're not doing anything about. Or the recent breakout of the coronavirus in Wuhan. It turns out there's a corporation, the Umbrella Corp, which was developing a bioweapon in the coronavirus at that location in Wuhan. And the government of China did nothing to prevent that from happening. Now they're playing catch up, and they've got a massive operation which should take about 2 or 3 weeks to build a 1,000-bed hospital for this growing number of dead people. Now the number has climbed to 46 dead in and around Wuhan, with 40 million people being blocked in multiple cities from travel. Now, it does look like it's growing at an arithmetic rate, which is concurrent with a mild flu virus, So it's nothing to be too worried about, but definitely enough to worry about. This particular strain of the coronavirus, like many of the other viruses out of China, the coronaviruses, is extremely deadly. But not to the point where, everyone's going to die. Maybe 1 out of 10 people who contract it could die. That's a serious number of people, and that's why our country should be acting in accordance with putting something in trade talks to get them to alert them to the fact that we've got a potential bioterrorism situation coming out of China. Plus the organ transplants and all the organ harvesting that's going on in China. Nothing was written into that trade agreement to talk about that. Where innocent people of the Falun Gong sect have been pulled off the streets in China and then their organs have been harvested over the past 10 years. It's crazy. Trump never said anything about Hong Kong. Not one word about what kind of a plan they should have for Hong Kong based on our trade negotiations. And you may ask, well, why should we talk about China's future? Because it's affecting us now. And if this spreads to other countries, they just identified 4 or 5 new cases in Australia. That means it's coming here. It's already arrived in my area. One person who came down with it landed in Everett, Washington. Yeah, it's getting close to home. And once it hits America, it'll be a nationwide disaster for everyone. Why did China neglect to even pursue any authority over this bioweapons lab in Wuhan? Why are they acting so incompetent? What's going on with China that they are literally ignoring common sense when it comes to all of this? Well, today's stock market reflects the down cycle in our country right now under Trump. While he says the stock market's doing incredibly great, no, it's not. It dipped today under 29,000. 170-point drop to 28,989. Not a good sign for the economy. And the fact is, Donald Trump borrowed $1.5 trillion. Steve Mnuchin can't explain where it came from or where it is. And they've been funding the fake stock market to make it seem like, oh, I'm doing a great job. This whole country's doing so well. I go down the street, I see homeless people everywhere. I don't see any real solutions. Now, Governor Newsom of California is bringing in a $750 million federal money from FEMA. According to executive order, they're going to have FEMA trailers in Los Angeles now to deal with the homelessness. It's about time. I'm glad they're doing something. But a little late for all of that. He should have put bathrooms in Skid Row by now, and outdoor showers for people to wash off, and a laundry service. I mean, we need to do something. Anyway, a little bit is better than nothing, and I'm glad that he's at least doing something. FEMA trailers is definitely on the list. But here's the construction that's going on for this new hospital in Wuhan. So China is actively doing something. They've got tractors out there laying the ground. Look at that. So I don't mean to criticize China in a big way, but without even saying anything in the trade agreement, Trump is missing a great opportunity to actually express our concern. That's all. Again, you can't come in and demoralize women here. That's a bannable offense. Dave, will Americans give up their guns when the Democrats come knocking on the door? No. Virginia already is a stand your ground state, basically. The Democrats have tried to change it now to outlawing certain guns in Virginia, but they won't get cooperation from the people. No way. If they try to go door to door, my God, they'll have an insurrection the size of the Civil War, a mini Civil War in Virginia, if that's what they're planning on doing. At some point, the Democrats are going to recognize that they're completely trying to violate our Second Amendment. And it's considered treasonous to actually, it'd be considered act of a traitor to violate our Bill of Rights. So I think the Democrats are getting very close to doing that. We need to be very vigilant and keep fighting for our right to bear arms and our freedom of speech, because the Democrats are truly trying to stop that. But Donald Trump is not the spokesperson for free speech. He really isn't. He's had nothing but free press. All the news services cover everything he says. I'm a spokesman for free speech because I have been suppressed for the past 11 years, censored on this show, kept from any discussion in any major forum in media, kept from actually expressing myself even in a local election when I tried to rebut various people who made outrageous, outlandish accusations about me. They wouldn't even print my rebuttal. I'm a true victim of the violations that are going on against me, censorship. Okay, Giuliani, Trump's impeachment over extorting Ukraine for domestic political gain has played out in the headlines at a set-piece episode of his presidency. Trump and Russia are colluding in Ukraine for profit and political gain. New York Magazine. Yeah, they are. And we just featured a John McCain statement that pretty much says it all. You know, we needed to support Ukraine, and Donald Trump has pulled the plug on all that support and pretty much given Russia a free ride. So if you people don't understand that Donald Trump is helping Russia all the time, then you don't understand why we're even trying to impeach this guy. Why the Democrats have put a case against him. You don't even get it. So, welcome to the show. We've had a few problems with banning earlier because we were attacked by people that apparently love to just come into our show and attack us. But I had to make sure that that person can't get away with it. Yeah. Pull back on your attacks. It's not going to work. Now, the big key evidence that's really it's been a game changer this past week is Lev Parnas says he has tape of Trump calling for the ambassador's firing. And the recording appears to capture Trump ordering Yovanovitch's firing. So Lev Parnas' statement that Trump was in the loop, Giuliani was in the loop, William Barr, Attorney General William Barr was in the loop, Mike Pence was in the loop. All these things are becoming more and more obvious that Donald Trump would lied about not knowing the guy. Everybody listened to Donald Trump saying, "Oh, I don't even know the man." He's in 10 different pictures. Kellyanne Conway says that she's never met him. She's in pictures with him too. It's terrible. So we've got a lot of things going on here. Let me check the media over there. Soviet cover-up of nuclear fallout worse than Chernobyl. Imagine the viruses and chemical weapons that they covered up. Over 51... Wow. Okay. Over 51 record, Japan's record of nuclear cover-ups. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I'll get to some of the links that you're dropping on the show here. It's going to take me a while. ZZ Top is not on our list. We're not going to play that right now. Well, we need internal production. We're not selling enough goods worldwide to really justify a strong economy right now. For Trump to say that we're a strong economy is absurd. Okay, I just have to receive a few links here, and then I'll be right back up to speed. Yeah, when I get 16 links in the matter of 15 minutes, it's too much to handle. All right, we'll take a few of these right now and take a look at them. Okay. The main Trump super PAC is covering up its own role in the impeachment scandal. Really? Okay, take a look. The number one super PAC for Donald Trump, which is expected to raise tens of thousands of millions of dollars to help re-elect him, has come up with a nifty fundraising gimmick, the witch hunt timeline. This interactive chronology supposedly details the road to his sham impeachment to show how a phony Russian scandal turned into a phony Ukraine scandal and that turned into a phony impeachment. But this is a highly selective timeline and an bout of Trump-sized chutzpah America's first action leaves out at least one crucial episode, its own role in the Ukrainian scandal. In a fear-mongering email seeking donations, the super PAC claims that Trump is a victim of nefarious and wide-ranging plot, insisting that the federal law enforcement officers, intelligence agencies, and government bureaucrats engaged in a shocking effort to influence the 2016 election, crush the Trump campaign, and cripple out the elected president. The timeline, it asserts, follows the genesis and development of the deep state witch hunt against Donald Trump, a monstrous conspiracy against the American people and the American system of government. Yeah, that again, and it's part of another right-wing bulk raking scam. They used to, the muckrakers of the 1900s, they made fun of these people because all they did was characterize politicians as this or that to get a rise out of people. We have another story here. Trump is in debt to Russia in a letter. Wow. See, the Russian connection is really what I thought that the Democrats would bring out, but they didn't. They've been talking more about Ukraine and how Donald Trump tried to get the dirt on Joe Biden in exchange for money to Ukraine to fight Russia. But the Russian connection to Donald Trump's impeachment really is lying in the wings, and they need to activate it. Full disclosure, I'm an old white man, a liberal Democrat. The GOP has one argument, right? There's a glaring flaw in the impeachment investigations hearings. Okay. Trump is trying to pay off his hundreds of millions of dollars in debt to the ruling clique of Russia, and control of our government is the payment required of him. The payment is the auction price for the USA. Yeah, that's a good article. I'm sure we could talk about all this. Yeah, but again, owing money to Russia is not the biggest scandal here. Donald Trump owes money to a lot of people. Troy Tempest singing Aquamarina. I can't play that right now. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Pirate Salty Dog. I'll play it tonight, though. We don't talk about that type of behavior here. No. No talk about sex here. Okay, here's the little skinny about the coronavirus and what it does. In case some of you are concerned. I'm sure you are. It's largely a family of viruses that cause not only the common cold, but also more serious respiratory illnesses. Yeah, they're similar in structure to the herpes simplex virus, an icosahedron, 23-sided object that has absolutely no ability to, we can't break the control that it has over our body except through fighting it with the immune system. A novel coronavirus was identified as the source of the illness on January 7th. So it attacks the lungs, the intestines at the same time. This is why it's so powerful. Its center was at Wuhan. Symptoms including unknown incubation period, fever, difficulty breathing, impaired liver and kidney function, kidney failure, severe cough, and pneumonia. It's like the ultimate dangerous virus. It can knock you down. It's slightly less dangerous than Ebola, but still very dangerous. And now with China's lack of oversight over this lab in Wuhan, and now their desperate attempt to create a hospital to deal with this, they're overwhelmed, I think, with this crisis. And I think we can't really approach China as an aggressor, but rather as anything we can do to help kind of thing. Asia taking no chances with the new China virus as the World Health Organization meeting looms. Enhanced screening is taking place from Taiwan to Singapore as countries trigger responses honed by the SARS experience. Here they are spraying down airport areas. Quarantining workers, spray disinfectant at the luncheon area in South Korea. Or a woman who arrived from Wuhan was found to have the new coronavirus. Travel patterns. Now, I'm debating whether it would be in my best interest. As president, I would probably issue a travel ban right now to tell other countries that they have to not travel through China to the U.S. They have to have direct flights from those countries. Any flight that routes through China would not make it into the U.S. I would just reroute them. We'd give them a place to park and refuel, but we'd send them out, away. Trump is not doing anything. I would do at least that. What do we have to lose? A little bit of trade? I don't think so. Yeah, so a lot of people are wondering about the toxicity levels of the pesticides and herbicides that are seemingly promoted by our governments. Well, these toxic chemicals may never break down, and they're found in the drinking water in several major U.S. cities. Yeah.
You have the chemical in your body.
Yes.
Very high levels.
Very.
You have the chemical in your body.
Yes.
Very high levels.
Very.
PFAS is believed to be in the bloodstreams of most Americans. Now, PFAS is connected to a flame retardant used by the Navy. We have it in my area. 10 miles north of me, they have massive spills of chemical flame retardant. And 10 miles south of me, they've got chemical spills, flame retardant at the base where I live. So I'm living in an area that's still protected from the PFAS contamination, but you know, you got to wonder, will the water push it 10 miles in my direction? One never knows, but we test for it all the time.
Very high levels.
Sandy Winstelt never suspected the water that flowed through her pipes may be poisoning her.
There's a good chance this will be what ultimately kills me.
Sandy's water is tainted by PFAS, a class of chemicals that studies have linked to kidney and liver cancer, thyroid problems, high cholesterol, birth defects, and pregnancy complications. It's in most products that are water, heat, and grease resistant, like nonstick pans, food containers, and fabric protectants. And Belmont, Michigan, where Sandy lives, has some of the highest levels of PFAS in the nation. The groundwater was contaminated by a nearby shoe factory, Wolverine Tannery, which dumped waste materials covered with Scotchgard for years, according to state officials.
This is what I drink out of, brush your teeth out of, cook with.
Sandy is suing Wolverine and 3M, which makes Scotchgard, over her contamination and the death of her husband, Joel. He died of liver cancer in 2016, 1 year before she found out the water was tainted, so he was never tested for PFAS.
Every night you try to fall asleep and you wonder, is that what did it? Should I not have had him drink so much water?
Yeah, exactly. Well, she's got a lot of worry. And really the kicker here is that the Navy and the government doesn't want to get on board with stopping the use of these things. They did ban stickless fry pans back in 2017, but you can see there's a lot of new ones now that are ceramic. PFAS is the same kind of product in Scotchgard and flame retardant. But really gets me is that the Navy knows that they've contaminated the groundwater in my area and 600 other areas around the country, but they continue to use the flame retardant. They refuse to stop using it. This is a blatant slam in the face of human rights and our freedom to have clean water and clean air. It's crazy. Yeah. I think we should have a travel ban in effect immediately with China. Okay, I can't get that picture. Recording appears to capture Trump ordering Yovanovitch's firing. I can't get that video. It's blocked in my area. See what we're talking about? Yeah, it's like they're purposely going out of their way. Add to One has the video. Thank you for that link, but look what they're doing. They're shadow banning me on YouTube. So when I go to get a very valid picture of something really important, like Trump ordering Yovanovitch's firing, this is what I get. Video unavailable. This is a type of censorship that's going on right now under our noses on YouTube. Now, as much as I'm doing a show on YouTube, they ride us pretty hard. Anything that sounds pretty weird, they'll take and put a strike on our account. We don't understand what they're doing, and there's no oversight. When we go in to dispute it, they don't even open a discussion. They just say we have a warning. Crazy, huh? Cindy McCain admits we all knew about Epstein. John McCain's wife, Cindy. Let's listen in.
Very quickly, to bring it home, we're talking about the Jeffrey Epstein thing. He's in hell, I hope. I hope he's in hell right now. He deserves to be. A girl from my daughter's high school was one of his victims. That's how close to home it came to us, for us, on this. So I'm hoping that we get to discuss not only what it is, but where it is and why it is, and leave you with an action item when you leave here tonight.
Excellent. Excellent. As I understand.
So I'm going to shoot straight. The perception between a lot of young people is that there is an untouchable ring of governmental and economic elites in this country that not only benefit, like she mentioned, but actively participate in sex trafficking. Jeffrey Epstein was an example. Robert Kraft was arrested not far from here on trafficking charges. And so we, in terms of this as a grassroots movement to push to combat against this issue, are these power players a priority for us right now? Can we even touch
I want to start with some news that's broken this morning from ABC News. They're reporting that a voice that appears to be the voice of President Donald Trump ordered aides to get rid of U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, after two now indicted Rudy Giuliani associates told him that she'd been bad-mouthing the president. The reporting from ABC, just stunning. But the point here seems to be that witnesses like Lev Parnas, who either is heard in this recording, are people that 70% of the public would like to hear from. And when there's revelation after revelation after revelation, much of this cited by the House managers in this morning's presentations from news organizations that have brought this information to the public because of the stonewalling campaign, the obstruction case seems to prove itself.
Yeah, Nicole, I think it would be another important branch and sequel to the abuse of power allegation if, in fact, the president used his office, used his own authority to direct that a U.S. ambassador be either removed from that position because she was standing in the way of his political agenda, but it seems like from this recording, possibly even that physical harm or threats to her should ensue. And of course, that's what she was told, if you'll recall from her own testimony. She was told by a State Department official that there were threats to her security and she had to get on the next plane back to Washington. So I think it is critical, Nicole, as you mentioned, that there be evidence on this. And I think if I were to sum up the last 3 days of Adam Schiff and the House manager's presentation, if their job was to convince senators that there is more to this inquiry, that these should not be the closing statements, that McConnell should just not shut this whole thing down, I think they more than surpassed that bar. And I think they did that very effectively. You saw in the last 15-minute block in which Adam Schiff essentially said he abused his power, but that's not the only issue. He's a recidivist. He's a repeat offender. He's done this over and over again. If you don't stop him, he will abuse his power again. Okay, we have no confirmation of that tape other than they said he sounded like he's saying it. I don't know why I can't get the actual tape, but YouTube blocked me. Thank you for trying, though. Add the one. Right. 3 people claim that Trump threatened to kill them. It's a terrible thing. Michael Cohen claimed that Trump threatened to kill him. Yeah. Justice for Katie, the girl who was 13 years old when she alleged that Donald Trump raped her with Jeffrey Epstein standing next to him. She claimed that Trump threatened to kill her. That's why she pulled the charges. And Stormy Daniels claimed that one of Trump's thugs walked up and said to her, "You better stop this Trump thing, or, ooh, what a pretty little daughter. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to a mother now, would we?" Which is a veiled death threat. So far we know 3 people have felt that their life was threatened. Now this is for him to say, take her out. That implies like a mob statement to take her out. Or in your statement, you said, you mean take her out to dinner? A good time on the streets of Ukraine? I mean, come on. It is definitely something a mobster would say. Yeah. We're not allowed to support PlayStation here, and if you are using this venue to promote videos for some reason, you're not allowed to do that here. They should have had a spy on Trump because Trump has a secret cell phone. And there's no president in history who has had a secret cell phone.
And the CIA had every reason to put a whistleblower next to his office and listen in on phone calls regarding foreign governments. Of course, the government has a right to know. Donald Trump should never have had a secret cell phone. You people want to enable Donald Trump's secret communications with Vladimir Putin. Do you see now why we call you a traitor to America? Do you see now why we're looking at you retardicans as the problem facing our country? You want Donald Trump to have private communications with world leaders? If Donald Trump had had a phone call with Zelensky, we would never have had this problem if we'd had a copy of it. The FISA happened in the first place because they got a warrant to look at all of the Russian recruiting activity in American politics. Obama had ordered all kinds of investigations into Russian meddling in the election, and that's why the FISA was initially warranted to tell Carter Page, don't go there, you're being recruited. What did Carter Page do? He went there. He got recruited. And then Donald Trump hired a Russian oligarch, Paul Manafort, to handle his campaign. Wake up, you retardicans. Trump is working for Russia. God, how can I spell it out? Are you that retarded? Let's play a little bit more of Cindy McCain on what we all knew about Epstein, because Cindy's under the impression Epstein died. I don't think he died at all. I think he's alive and living down in Big St. James Island.
You know, it hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. Wow. We had no one that was legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him. Yeah. All of a sudden, someone said, BS, we're not afraid of you anymore, and what you're doing is not only wrong, it's illegal.
No, they are.
All those things. It's like a house of cards now. It's going to start tumbling, believe me. And these guys, if they don't leave the country, number one, they're going to get caught, and they're going and they, not only will they get caught, but they're going to be made examples of. And that's exactly what we should be doing with these guys, especially. In my opinion, if, I know there's questions, but Epstein's a chicken shit for doing what he did. He should have faced the music, that one. He should have.
Oh, well, he's going to get an opportunity, Cindy, because Epstein is still alive. And many people just don't get it. They have photographs. We have photographs of him looking at a drone camera 2 weeks after he allegedly died. Yeah. We clearly see that this is not the face of Jeffrey Epstein. The person who died doesn't even look like him. He has a different nose. We don't have to continue this nonstop discussion except to say that if this third party is successful, we will reinvestigate the Epstein case and I will arrest this guy yet again. He's being allowed by the government elitists to use political influence over politicians to fix votes. So he traps politicians into meeting, nearly 18-year-old girls when they're in fact 15, 14. And then they get the videotape on them and they got him for the rest of their life. Their vote goes wherever they tell him to go. There he is looking at the drone flying above his head 20 days after he allegedly died. This is not some revelation. This is a guy who literally has more power than anybody on earth. They can avoid ever capturing him because he has intelligence working for him. The top level Mossad agent that he is. Okay, we got something on Duterte.
Mr. President, thank you very much for speaking to RT at this difficult time.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks, the Pharaoh. Thanks you for coming in. The elitists don't hate him because he abused wealthy underage girls. The elitists want him to politically rig our politics. So he has a purpose. Epstein has a purpose. Yeah, we don't allow constant link sharing here. David, the percentage of deaths from the 1.1 billion in China's population, all I know is the death count in the Wuhan area has reached 46. And it's climbing minute by minute. But remember, it started at 5 to 9 the next day, to 25 the next day, to 46 the next day. So it's more like an arithmetic curve as opposed to an exponential curve, which is good.
Well, 5 every day, it's doubling.
Yeah, it's doubling, but that's still not an exponential curve. So in lieu of that, it's not as potentially dangerous as we might be concerned, but I would still put a travel ban on anybody coming from China into the U.S. I would lock out any planes flying from China right now. Trump hasn't done anything. All right, Sarah's here to calm everybody down. I heard that, yeah, there was a secret Reddit channel that was taken down that claimed that Roger Stone was found dead in a prison cell. And now the Reddit channel has been taken down. I heard about that. No confirmation that Roger Stone is dead. Yeah. All right, I think we're good. We've got a couple things I'll pick up on later, but for the most part, Sarah is going to take over and I will be back. Chinese New Year's coming up soon. Yes, Ghislaine Maxwell had her emails hacked, but she has not been seen herself in years, so we're not sure what that's all about. We'll play that later. Yeah, that's on my list.
Been more than 5.
All right, thank you. I'd say it was a pretty slow start with everybody trying to, get their message out in our show, but so far it's good. Yeah, we've got nonstop discussion of what's happening from the impeachment process. But what we're going to do is give you that if you request it. Let me play that in tonight's show too. We had one guy show how scared he was leaving the province of Wuhan and trying to get safety. It's almost overwhelming how much is going on there. Okay, let me see if I've got that covered. Instruction. Covered that. Okay, the trial is going on. I'm going to give you the trial if you want. It is available.
The arrival of Chief Justice John Roberts, who will call the proceedings to order with the opening prayer, the Pledge of Allegiance, the Sergeant-at-Arms Michael Stenger.
Okay, apparently it's now reached the end, a conclusion, and they're just playing this in recorded repeat. So I guess we'll pick up on that a little bit later. Thank you, Sarah.
Yes. Do you need me?
How was your meeting today with the House of Representatives?
Yeah, it was good.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. I did a waste audit at my school. I think I told you guys I was doing a waste audit. Helping kids separate out how much milk do we throw out and how much compost do we generate and how much other food that we can't really compost is thrown out. It's still bizarre. It's there was 36 pounds of compost today, 22 pounds of food scraps that went into the garbage, and plus 26 pounds of milk. 26 pounds of milk. We can't make cheese with the milk because the milk has already been touched by human mouths, and there's possibility of that milk being, who knows who might have a flu. So you can't do much with the milk once it's in there. Okay, let me do it. Okay, let me, I'll pull up my calculator and I'll figure it out. 41 divided by 1 point. Let me get rid of the 1.11 billion times 100. Oh, it's so small. It's point 0.000000. Wait, maybe I did that wrong. 0.000037%. They actually diagnosed 1.1 billion people with the disease. Because I would say just 1.1 billion people are in those areas.
The Journal of Proceedings of the trial are approved to date. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The Sergeant at Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting in a trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
Justice.
Say good morning, but good afternoon.
Okay, there you go.
I just wanted to give a very brief orientation to the argument you'll hear today. We will begin with Jason Crow, who was talking about the conditionality of the military assistance. This is the latter part, although not the end of the argumentation on the...
Well, I'm sure you guys don't want to listen to the impeachment deal, so I'll leave that for David to do later. June night cloud, yes. Wuhan, ground zero, true. You think the year of the rat will bring the plague? Interesting theory. I did have some of David's sardine fritters. His sardine grits, whatever it was. Ironically, they tasted better than it sounded. It sounded weird, but it actually tasted okay. What do you think would have made that a better dish? Could have fried him in olive oil. More fattening though, but... covered them in corn flour. What are you posting, Thanky? So weird. Yeah, they were okay. I did eat them. I like that it provided the right amount of salt that grits need. So that was good. Oh my God, that is so weird. Thank you, Cal Worthington. Disgusting. You showed a weird video. That is so weird. Thank you. Weird and disgusting. Hello, Ron. Right on. And Radnick Crocs, like the shoes. Hello, can I call you Nick? I know, my face said it all. Yep. True. Yeah, you might be right, John. I hope he's removed, but we'll see. My favorite gift this year was worm poop. Somebody wrote that. Wow, that's cool. Yeah. It was pretty interesting today because we were doing this waste audit and somebody asked, how can we reduce the amount of, from like almost 100 pounds of waste in a day, I mean, if you include the compost, to how can we think of reducing that to zero? Like, how's that going to happen? And so I asked my students and they had some really cool ideas, like, well, maybe students should pack their own lunch instead of parents packing their lunch. And then one kid's like, but it should be healthy, because if kids pack their own lunch, they just might put in a whole bunch of like candy and chips and stuff. So then we put pack your own healthy lunch. And another one's like they put pack less lunch. And then they said they should take things they don't eat home with them. And yeah, they had some really great ideas. Oh, one kid, I didn't put it down because she's like, maybe you can put everything, all your trash in a Ziploc bag. And then I said, well, then where does that go? In the trash? Because if you put it in a Ziploc bag, then that's just adding more trash. So then they thought of like, pack your lunch and use paper bags to pack your lunch in, or reusable containers. Earthworms to the rescue on degraded sugarcane land. Worms might help save it all. That's pretty cool. I really do think worms can save the world. Yeah, I agree. Do some, well, you know, parents could help their children pack their lunch and teach them how to pack it healthy. Exactly. And then I sent an email to teachers saying, "Hey, did you know that kids, even though our schools are required to offer milk and water to, or I don't even know if we have to offer water, but milk and I guess water, but we're required to offer milk to our students. They don't have to take the milk." I wonder if we put milk as like, instead of right now they put it as like the first things kids get, if they made it the last thing kids get, or at least in the middle. How that would work. Ooh. Worms in our furniture. Student designed vermiculture furniture for home composting. Wow. Yeah, we could teach them to pack all those things. Cheese and carrots, onions, blue cheese, sardines, jasmine rice, organic mac and cheese, green beans. So, yeah, worm farms are pretty popular. The humble invertebrate. The red wriggler worms are the best. Did you know you could do your own, yeah, you can do your own composting in, like, somebody was telling me they have their compost system in like just a plastic tub under their sink in their kitchen, and they have their full-on worm composting in there. Pretty interesting. No, Howie? Worms in the kitchen. Yeah, this is cool. Recent Stanford research shows that worms can eat small quantities of styrofoam. Oh yeah, you told me about this. Mealworms. And the cool thing is that not only can they eat it, but they don't, like, it doesn't stay in their system. Some people have living carpets. Really? I don't know about that. Okay. All right. Moving on. Hello, nickel. I done my nickel. Well, I'm glad you have a girlfriend. She wants to see David eat a banana. Why? David does eat a banana usually in the morning, or half a banana. He cuts it in half and then eats it. Okay. Man, Max, I guess if I followed all your links, I could write a book. Well, some days he'll eat more than half, but usually he cuts it in half first. Well, he gives me half a banana and then he eats half a banana. This morning for breakfast, I ate a whole banana. That was my breakfast. No wonder I was so hungry at lunch. Wow. Interesting, 293. Eat lots of oranges, bananas, and strawberries. Sometimes kiwi or pear. We had we have some pear sauce that we made ourselves that I eat. I didn't have time to eat 2 bananas. Yeah, we have a pear tree, and then, you know, like instead of applesauce, we made pear sauce. It was really sweet. I mean, we just peeled the pears, cored the pears, peeled them, cored the pears, and cooked them. Added, I think we might have added a little bit of cinnamon. Actually, I don't think we even did that. Maybe a little bit of cinnamon and a little bit of vanilla, and that's it. We just let them cook their own natural juices, and they're just so good. Aw, 293, that's so sad. That is your world of better achievements. The alarm goes off and your nightmare and the nightmares begin. I'm glad you do have some dreams. Good night, Max. Hello, Anita. No. Pirate, you were wrong. I just want to go like that at the very least. Well, even if he bought me some, I wouldn't drink it. Yes, I did eat David's sardine fritters. Yep. You know what? Sure. At least until David unbans all again. Okay. I seem annoyed. No, it definitely was not the fritters. I just had a very long week. I had a short, long 2 weeks. Like yesterday, I only had school one day and then 2 late start days and snow days. And then this week I had only 4 days, but they ended up being really long because there's just different things that came up and they were really long. I'm pleased for you. Nice job. Don't worry. Be happy. So I just knew, like, today, I was just like, thank goodness it's Friday. I came home. I drew a warm bath. And then an hour later, I got out of the bath so I could come on the show. Well, actually, I didn't have any bad moments. Well, one or two, but it was really just like one student getting on my nerves, and I just had to like lay down the law and be like, no, you're not getting away with this. But I'm glad I did have a nice bath, and I think I'll like just relax for the rest of the evening and the rest of the weekend.
Okay. You have something waiting for you in the other room, so you better take care of that. I've got something on the grill for you after dinner for dinner, okay? All right. I'll take over. You've got a full thing happening in there. You know, the realize it. Okay. Anyway, turn the grill off on the stove when you're done. Enjoy. Thank you. Sarah was kind enough to give me a break, and I got back in here because I wanted her to enjoy her evening. She worked so hard this week, and what are you saying, sir? Whatever you are, I'm going to purge you for a while. Guess what, David? Why can't you only eat? Is that some sort of a joke? David John Rothschild. Boy, people are full of themselves tonight. Bed is my world of better achievements. The alarm goes off and nightmares begin. Okay. Max took off. He's off to bed. He left a lot of things in his wake. A fishy farm growing a vermiculture. Goody. Boy, Friday has turned into like stacks of news. Everything from tree hugger mentality to Donald Trump, greed and corruption. The fishy farm combines aquaponics and vermiculture in ready-to-use kit. Ooh, this looks like fun. Yep, looking good. That's really kind of cool. While the compact kits will set you back $500, the advanced ones will cost $2,500. You might want to try doing this with just your own aquaponics setup. That's special. Now I'm going to put that in my Flipboard. Yeah, because it's a link that I kind of want to see later, but I don't really care about that much right now. So I usually put that in environment. There we go. All right, that being the case, I think we resolved the clip problem that we had so many links that come in every night from Max, and it's almost overwhelming, but he just wants to get it all out before he leaves. Yeah, and I have to at least grab his pictures. All right. Worms, vermiculture, worm. That's a big thing with Sarah, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the worm clicks. There we go, and now we're done. Okay. What do you want to talk about tonight, guys? We've got an exclusive. It should be U.S. who should learn the lesson from U.S. Oh, it should be the U.S. who learns the lesson from us. Philippine President Duterte. Wow, we've got a 25-minute interview with him tonight.
For your country, difficult period, which is what my first question is about. Your recent absence during the Tal volcano eruption, and people have been worried. There has been widespread concern about that absence and about your health. Are you still fit to be president?
You know, please do not believe media, especially the Rappler, that's the mouthpiece of the CIA and the US. I was there before they made the announcement that they did not go. I was there 2 days earlier. Then I went home to Davao to rest.
To rest from what? The heroin that you're shooting up? I mean, if this guy is not a heroin addict, I would be surprised. I mean, that's got to be the reason why he ordered the execution of over 6,500 drug dealers in his country. Yeah, I mean, can you call me? Hey, Nick. There he is. Yeah, Duterte has the look of heroin addiction. Yeah, so I'm just calling it what it is. He got rid of all the heroin addicts in his country because, or all the dealers, because he didn't want anyone to actually, compete with his dealer. That's all I can guess. A man whose eyes are seemingly glazed all the time, looking off in the distance, almost in the belladonic haze of confusion, is now going to dictate our terms? Well, we'll listen to him tonight on our show. Yeah, sure, okay. He's getting on in years, though. Notice that? It kind of looks a little like Corazon Aquino now. Oh, poor Cindy McCain. She still thinks Jeffrey Epstein's dead. I mean, can you imagine believing that after all the evidence? Like this? Seen 20 days after he died? Okay, we covered that. Thank you. I got to log these things into my memory, then I can move on. It's kind of a link cleaning operation we do here. Yeah, Russia hacked a Ukrainian company linked to Trump's impeachment, security firm says. So if you're believing that Russia is controlling Donald Trump, well, Donald Trump pulls some weight with Russia. He said, Russia, if you're listening, I want all the dirt on Joe Biden. And China, if you're listening, I want all the dirt on Joe Biden. But there's no quid pro quo, no nothing, no. I have done blackface videos before, but I don't choose to do it. It's not my place to make a thing of that. I merely did it to impersonate Barack Obama, the New World Order puppet homosexual president that we had. Yeah, I didn't try to in any way denigrate people by doing that. Biden could win in 2020, you're right. He's the most likely to beat Donald Trump with his style of communicating where they both bark at each other. Yeah, people don't really want to have somebody talk to somebody. They just want to see who can scream the loudest at each other. I've noticed that about Biden. He kind of ramps it up. Now he reaches the point where he can barely even say anything. I think he goes into freeze mode when he keeps talking like he sounds like he's Donald Trump.
I can't.
But if you voted for Barack Obama and didn't know he was gay, wow. He's bi? Thank you for telling me. I didn't know that. Well, I appreciate it. Well, let's be clear. I appreciate that. Because had we thought that he was gay, it would have been a completely different story. Being bi is so much better for the American people to understand Barack Obama. We all know about his relationship with gay men. I don't want to get into that tonight. I'd rather talk about why Donald Trump hasn't released the information about JFK's assassination. Remember, he held it up because George H.W. Bush was alive, and then he said, well, I mean, it's very important that we don't do that now. And then we're still waiting for it. All that CIA connection to Lee Harvey Oswald. None of us even heard about it, unless you followed the internet really closely, that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for the CIA for 5 years before he allegedly shot our president. Could we get back to that? Because I'd like to solve that mystery right now. Howie, that is extremely inappropriate and your last warning under this new name. David is your what? Why are you sending me links from the UK? Do you get paid to do that? GoldenEye? The name's Bond. James Bond. No. We're not going to allow that either. Well, yeah. Well, Lee Harvey Oswald was a trained Marine. He did work for the CIA, and the whole thing was covered up during the Warren Commission report. We have to rewind 60 years. Yeah, at least. My secret sensei is secret. That's what makes sensei is secret. I did train under a sensei at one time named James, but he rejected me. Yes. The same guy that kicked Steven Seagal's ass rejected me at the dojo. My sensei James rejected me, so I had to seek other help. Well, my style of defense is very unique. Most people don't understand that the best defense is to apologize and please don't hurt me. Something like that works much better than an actual karate chop. You know? So many of you have not learned the proper approach to martial arts. You take on this taekwondo approach where you kick everybody's ass all the time. Whereas there's a whole peaceful, passive martial art. The apology is the best thing you can do when encountering nunchucks in public. It worked for me in Westwood, California. I was talking rather loudly to somebody in a car next to me, and some South Korean man got out of his car and started whipping his nunchucks at me, thinking I was talking about him. And I wasn't. The guy had his window down, and I was yelling kind of. And he immediately jumped out of traffic with his nunchucks and made his big move. And the best thing you can do at that point is apologize. Start with that, okay? It'll avoid a lot of potential physical conflict. Yeah, if the apology doesn't work, then you go to step 2. But your ego and pride can't be that important that you're going to start a big fight and either get killed or kill somebody in the process. All right. There's got to be a reason why somebody attacks you, and it may not even be your fault. Yeah, so we kind of are avoiding the impeachment trial because it is so boring. We've got some stories I got to pick up from last night. Microsoft is going to force the Chrome default search to Bing using Office 365 installer. You'd think they would have learned their lesson by now after 4 lawsuits. What's wrong with Bill Gates? I mean, does he not realize that he cannot allow his browser to dominate and his utility to force upon people? There's lawsuits against it pending in New York. Actually, in Europe, there was a huge lawsuit against Microsoft doing that. $460 million. I mean, and they settled out of court. It's like, he's doing it again? Unreal. They're going to forcibly use Bing as their search engine in the new Chrome extension. They're clearly marketing this to IT admins, enabling the Microsoft search functionality in Chrome. But it looks like a stealthy way of pushing people over to using Bing. Yeah, I agree. I tried to write Microsoft a letter once, and nothing would go through. So I went to their chat rooms, and they told me, don't use this chat room for communication with Microsoft. And all I was doing was telling them that maybe they might want to promote on their search engine, on their main page of Bing, they might want to promote Outlook or Hotmail. That's all I was saying. Because I was trying to figure out, why would a company own an outlet, a search engine like Bing, and not promote their own email system? I couldn't understand it. So I wrote them a letter, and it wouldn't go through. And eventually they got angry at me saying, don't write us here. And they have absolutely no connectivity with the public. So here you have a Microsoft organization that willing to sell your privacy to foreign governments. And as far as America is concerned, screw you. Yeah, thanks, Bill Gates. Bring on the vaccines. Let them be doused. Bill Gates got lucky. He's rich. His father and mother were super rich. His dad was the richest attorney in Washington State. And his mom is the richest woman in Washington State, from the Maxwell family. Don't kid yourself. Bill Gates is not some self-made millionaire. Neither is Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. All of them have relatives that were very high up in the military-industrial complex. It's kind of amazing. Remember, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. We saw some links about this, but Elon Musk's father and grandfather were big in the nuclear industry. They're all connected. I'm telling you, there's no self-made millionaires out there. That's just all BS. Millionaires, yes, but billionaires, no. There's a conspiracy theory that Mark Zuckerberg is actually the great-grandson of David Rockefeller. And I think it is a pretty compelling story because the guy that was arrested for some pot about 15, 20 years ago, one of the Rockefellers, was hauled in and they never saw him again. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg. His face was, the guy on the far left was Jacob Michael Greenberg, and it has a physical match. It physically matches on all levels. The position of the nose, the mouth, the eyes. Facial recognition would have about a 95% match. So that's weird. And the fact that he's related to all these other people, very strange. The entire Zuckerberg story is bizarre. Yeah. That guy disappeared. He's no longer been found ever. He was pulled in for a pot arrest and then disappeared for a while. When your mother was suffering from the emotional burden of life, you sent her to coolrock.com and all is well. Wow, thanks for telling me, Stormy. Yeah, thanks for telling. We've got a website. I built this website in 1995, and it's still out there, but it's now just kind of a fun, free place to hang out. You can get rid of the ads by Xing out anything you want. Allow Adobe Flash Player. You can watch our show here. And you can click on all kinds of unique buttons. A drum machine. Okay, it's getting cacophonous now, sorry. But yeah, there's lots of fun stuff, even a piano you can play online. We've got, yeah, enjoy, have fun. Knock yourself out. It's all fun, free, and private. And really amazing things happening in this realm. All these croutons take you to fun, weird things you can touchy-feely online and do weird stuff with. Isn't this cool? Yeah, hey, I'm doodling. And the nice thing about this is you can do it during our show. So say you want to haul this thing up here, and you get right next to chat, and you watch our show, and you can play with these things. You can do anything you want with this site. And if anything screws up, just hit the refresh button at the top of the screen. And it pops right back to how it was before. And you can move boxes around, you name it. Very unique platform. I run on the Scraplet platform created by Steve Rapidi, one of the greatest coders in the history of mankind. Bill Gates can't possibly get on my show. I don't allow eugenicists in the show. No. We try to have a strict guest protocol. So because it's so strict, I can't actually talk to anybody. I know it sounds like it's a cop-out, but we've defined the parameters of all our guests, and none of them qualify as a guest on my show. Hey, the number of confirmed Chinese virus cases has now soared to 1,300, with the confirmed dead at 46, approaching 56 right now as we speak. They're dropping like flies in Wuhan. I would get higher ratings than Leno. You know, if a major network could have the balls to pick me up, it would just, the profits would just roll in. Look at how much money Mark has made just censoring us. What is he worth, like $500 million now, Mark? It's amazing. It's shocking, actually, when you think about it. But people take money to keep people down in our society. It's a unique, weird phenomenon where people get bought off so quickly. Mark's made at least $1 billion off of our show. Yeah, I hear you. George Soros rips Trump and Xi, says the fate of the world is at stake in 2020. I don't know. I think dermabrasion is at stake here. I mean, if you can't, with that kind of money, you can't get to look better than that. Man, I would go to a skin doctor like every day of my life if I looked like that. Can you imagine? Just waking up and looking at yourself in the mirror. What a monster. This is the man that's funding both sides of the political spectrum. He's got money, $600 million, betting that our country's economy is going to slide significantly. Huh. You know, I never thought that Donald Trump would fake the economy growth, but he certainly has. And I discovered it last week that Steve Mnuchin, like I said, had pretty much lost $1.5 trillion in our budget. That's why our national debt went up so fast. You notice how it was at 22 trillion? And now it's at, 23 trillion? It happened so fast. Worms could save the world, yeah. Putin pulls strings. Vladimir owns Trump. Interesting. Guest 445 is speaking the truth. Many people don't realize that Vladimir Putin owns Mr. Trump. U.S. national debt is at $23 trillion, 210,000. Isn't it amazing? It keeps growing as he borrows money. So your great president that you retardicans think is so wonderful is just bankrupting our country, and you're going, but he's making America great again. In whose eyes? You ask everybody around the world, they look at America like we're being run by a buffoon. Well, how much better was that than Obama? I mean, when you're thinking about it. Well, let's be clear. Oh, I just want everyone to know that I'm fighting the deep state. When is Donald Trump going to prosecute somebody? He hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He hasn't prosecuted anyone. How is he fighting the deep state? Help me out here, retardicans. I'm waiting. Your birthday is, you're going to make it to your birthday? Have the crows left your house? Or are they still chirping outside your window, Anita? Everyone wants to live in America. They live there? You live under a crow's nest? Oh, it's not your fault. Okay. It had nothing to do with you. Buy biohazard suits on Amazon before they sell out. I already have mine. That's pretty funny. I'm a big Jason Statham fan, and this guy who keeps posting stuff from the UK has a Jason Statham link here. It looks pretty good. They live in well, that's where crows usually live, in trees. So I'll play that tonight. Thank you. But generally speaking, I don't like these UK links, except for, of course, everything he does. He's a really good at the Bond role, I think. I have built shelters in every one of my vehicles with expandable Mylar blanket set up so that I can survive the coming zombie apocalypse. Every single one of my vehicles is zombie apocalypse retrofitted. So we've got the bug out bag, all the equipment, the duct tape, the air masks. Yeah. Yeah, greeting the future with a smile. If you're not prepared, what's the point, right? You got to get more duct tape. Duct tape's one of those things you just can't have enough of, really. Get one of those big rolls. Yeah, Jason Statham is 5'10", whereas I'm 6'4". I've got reach on him. I'd have at least at 6 or 7 inches in a fist fight. Yeah, kind of like Frazier and Ali. Well, that's depressing. 23 trillion, 2 billion. Davos, George Soros, what a joke. The 89-year-old Democratic mega donor who has a net worth of over 8 billion made his comments at a private annual dinner set amid a conference known for featuring elite business and political leaders. So they were making Bilderbergers, in other words? Yeah, I probably would. I think Joe Biden has a quality that is different than Donald Trump. He's from a kind of a middle-class, blue-collar family, whereas Donald Trump is from a slumlord, super wealthy New York family that want to be even more super wealthy. That alone makes me want to vote Biden over Trump. I mean, when you think about the two that are running of the corrupt Zionists, both Biden and Trump are Zionists, you got to wonder who has more appeal, you know? I know the last election was fought between who's the least terrible potential president. This election will be more like who's the bigger bumbling idiot. Yeah. I would, the Professor Sponheim. No, I think I'd go by Mary Ann. The Professor and Mary Ann here on Gilligan's Isle. Okay. We've got enough going on in this world to just constantly keep us going. I've got link after link that have been buried in my 50-tab library. Okay, this is a story I want to dig into tonight. Michelle Carter convicted of pushing boyfriend Conrad Roy to kill himself. Released from jail, starts a new job at the Clinton Foundation. Oh, wow. The Clinton Foundation is looking for people who formerly pushed their boyfriends to commit suicide. Wow. Is this a joke? Seriously. It's almost like, is the Clinton body count expanding out and looking for new people who can do the same thing to people on the phone? I wouldn't doubt her job is to like muscle people on the phone. Hey, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. You better take yourself out before we take you out, kind of thing. That's crazy. You know? Wow. This is one hell of a story. Well, I don't know. What do people say about it? Nothing. Nice. Well, I got to tell you, that's the weirdest tweet I've seen in a while. She dated John Cena? Really? Well, check that tweet out. That's just weird. It stands out on its own. Like, why would she be getting a job at the Clinton Foundation unless the rumors of the Clinton body count are true? You think? And this big story tonight, breaking. Yes, Donald Trump is still facing the impeachment trial next week, but not to worry. People are having an incredible problem dealing with the fact that China built a lab to study SARS and Ebola in Wuhan. And U.S. biosafety experts warned in 2017 that a virus could escape that facility that's become key in fighting the outbreak. Yeah. This is what I was talking about earlier, the Umbrella Corporation. Yeah. Maryland biosafety consultant Tim Trevin told Nature that year when the lab was on the cusp of opening that he worried that China's culture could make the institute unsafe because structures where everyone feels free to speak up and openness of information are important. Yeah, say somebody is saying, working in the Chinese facility saying, don't leave bad samples in dumpster. My neighbor will take it and make soup out of it in the seafood market. Maybe something like that happened. Now, did China know this? Did they follow up on this? Hell no. Now they're doing aftermath cleanup. 1,000-bed hospital is slated to be built here. Ja, Günther, was ist los? Oh yeah, check this out, folks. As if the protein synthesis of viruses has been going on since 1997, this is even more scary. They've got patent numbers for AIDS viruses, H1N1, Ebola, Schweingrippe, BSE, Zika, SARS. Yeah, Google them all. Feel free. Median. Yeah. Are you writing this down? I'll leave it on the screen for a few seconds for those of you with a pen, or just hit the pause button. Thank you. Yeah, so that somebody was getting into the dumpster at that facility and going, "Oh, I have free bats. I put them in bat soup, make a lot of money." Yeah, people like bat soup. I'm talking about the new epidemic because it's very serious. I would be banning all flights from China right now. I can't believe Trump isn't bothering. I mean, what an idiot. Donald, if you're listening, I want you to stop all flights from China. It was not an Irish accent, but I appreciate the sentiment. All right. Well, whatever. Humanity is duped by their own incredible ego. You're an idiot, dude. I'm being censored on iVlog, and I have ever since Mark bought iVlog. I would say 7 months ago, the transaction started, and he finalized it with a $3.2 million purchase. I don't need money. If I needed money, I wouldn't even know it. I certainly wouldn't spend time talking to you. I mean, come on. I'd be out working at Walmart going, "Hi, welcome to Walmart." Something like that. Mark has made millions, if not billions, off this show. I haven't made a penny because I don't need money. I am a non-materialist, a person who really isn't trying to constantly pad my pocket. I know many of you don't understand how that even can happen, but it is. It's weird. I know I'm one of the few. Most of you are very interested in making more money. I see that. But right now we have a bigger problem with a president who's clearly not making good decisions. I would have locked down all traffic from China into the U.S. by now. I mean, what the hell? I mean, there's enough of a concern now that the epidemic is growing so much that the Chinese government has quarantined 40 million people. There's lockdowns at every intersection in and around the area of Wuhan. Now it's becoming more obvious that this is getting out of control. And how many people did those people who just died contact before they knew they were symptomatic? Well, we don't know. I mean, are there any live feeds of Wuhan right now? Yes, I recommend quarantining yourself. One of the best things you can do is get some plastic. And Mylar is not essential, but plastic, at least the kind that you would get at the best place to get is Home Depot has paint products. So Home Depot is probably your best bet. You know, when painters come into your house, they get plastic, cheap plastic to put on the floor. That's what you need to get. And lots of duct tape. Painters plastic tarps. Very cheap. They get the job done. And the duct tape. Big master roll. And that would cover your windows. And it's good to have a few air masks, so pick those up for your family. I was just talking about how I would like to distribute air masks around the country with budget that the CDC gets. You saw Mark Vaughn's face flash the screen for just a second, like it was subliminal. I wouldn't doubt that. Seriously. I have a hard time explaining to a lot of people that Mark has made tons of money, and that's more than a reason to believe that Mark continues to continue operating. Where else is the money stream coming from? I'd love to know. I'm not in any way sure where he makes money, but nobody uses his emojis except the ones that are already made. Very few people are buying them. And how many VIP people do we have on the network? So come on, how does Mark make money otherwise? Hello? You can't answer the question, can you? Therein lies the problem. Mark can't sell the site because he can't show viewership, because he's constantly keeping people out of the chat rooms because the censors asked him to keep 350 million people out of the chat rooms. He does that. That doesn't show a proof of performance. No, this person, Cream, is a male model. Have you seen him? I think they hired him to pretend like he owns the site. Yeah, I don't... You've seen the guy, right? He looks like he's... Yeah, he looks like a male model. Am I right? It's like somebody paid that guy to pose as the owner of the site. I love you, man. Well, I'm just saying, you know. Yeah, so the World Health Organization has said that the coronavirus is a global emergency. What does Donald Trump do? Nothing. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm right in the middle of an impeachment. I don't know if I can make any decisions about flights coming in from China. And we did a wonderful trade agreement with China. And he didn't even mention human rights in one single paragraph. Oh, we had a wonderful trade relations. We're going very well. He didn't even give up any tariffs. He made no progress. We got them buying oil they would have bought from someone else. Big deal. Mark is paid by Putin to try to stop David. That is right. Even Vladimir Putin knows the danger of a person in America who is completely onto the Donald Trump connection, who has figured it out, as you Americans like to say. Okay, let's take a look at that Chinese market where they sell wolves, rats, and bats. Looks like downtown Los Angeles to me. This is how the vegetable section in LA looks like. Oh, sorry. Wow, this is really, it's too much to handle. I'm getting very, very fearful that it's going to spread outside of the Chinese country, and it already has. Now, there are no signs of it here in Washington except for the one guy so far. I'm looking at evidence for more cases in the U.S. and nothing has popped up. Let me take a quick look. I'm not sure. Maybe that's your problem. Yeah. The Chinese coronavirus is much worse than you think. Okay, we got a video on it tonight.
この中にプラスチックを入れます。これが油を作る原料になるプラスチックですね。ちっちゃい装置のいいところはクラッシュしない。そのまま袋のまま形のあるまま入れられるんで油になるっていうことが分かりやすい。
Wow. Okay, we'll be looking at this 12-minute video tonight in our show.
それで今ヒーターの温度がどんどん上がり始めて、プラスチックが溶けてガス、液体になります。液体が沸騰してから、ガスがここを通って。
Okay. Thanks for that link. Wow. And the CDC confirms the second coronavirus case in the U.S. Okay. 50 more possible cases. Okay. So there's possibly 50 more cases of the coronavirus in the U.S. right now, folks. That's the current information. That's where we stand. All right. I think it'll mellow out. I don't see that much of a growth rate initially. So, yeah, I'm worried about it spreading. It's inevitable it will spread, but the question is how devastating will it be and how quick will it spread? But this one of the reasons why I would ban all traffic from China right now, and Trump's not doing that. So you've got to wonder what's going on there. And this big story that happened this week about how Russia was ordered to hack Burisma, and they did. The same cyber actors who targeted the DNC in 2016 also just targeted Burisma. So the hacking firm at the center of the impeachment.
Russian military hackers targeted the company at the center of President Trump's impeachment, Burisma. Burisma, you will remember, is a Ukrainian conglomerate. Hunter Biden served on its board. President Trump later pushed Ukraine to investigate Hunter Biden and his father, Joe Biden. Now, a California-based security firm called Area 1 says this fall, Russian hackers succeeded in getting into Burisma's email system. Oren Falkowitz is the co-founder of Area 1, and he worked for the National Security Agency from 2006 to 2013. What did you... Oh, we're happy to have you here. What did your company find evidence of exactly?
Yeah, so what we've uncovered is that the same Russian cyber actors who targeted the DNC in 2016 have been actively launching a phishing campaign against employees of Burisma Holdings and its subsidiaries to try to steal their email usernames and passwords.
Was the attack successful?
Well, the phishing was certainly successful, and in 95% of the time when there are damages in cybersecurity, it's as a result of phishing. And once you have the usernames and passwords for an employee's email account, there's quite a lot that can be done. You can observe all of the data that's contained within your email. Imagine, if I could just see what's in your email files. You can also launch further phishing campaigns, and you can use that data to do quite a lot to move throughout the company's networks.
Do you know what the Russian hackers were looking for in Burisma's emails?
No, we don't make any claims about that. What we observe is that these phishing attacks were successful. We, in our report, go to some great length to explain why phishing campaigns are successful, because they use an era of authenticity. And that authenticity is very successful at tricking users to become unwitting victims to the...
Okay, yeah, so he's giving you the basic rundown of what Burisma has experienced. So yeah, Donald Trump asked his friend Russia to help, and they came right to his assistance trying to get more dirt on Joe. Isn't that amazing, huh? Wow. Right in front of your eyes, Donald Trump is obstructing justice as he's being charged with obstruction of justice. Amazing. You really need to get your head examined, sir. Yeah. We got a guy constantly coming into our show harassing us. And this weird story, more confirmation that Russia is helping Donald Trump. Russia says Putin thanked Trump for helping them fight a terrorist plot, but offers very few details. So Putin's making up propaganda that somehow Donald is helping him. It's like hiding in plain sight. Now they're embracing their relationship. Pretty soon they'll probably have a meeting in Moscow for a quiet evening with the ladies who do the urination thing. Yeah. Have you seen that clip? Isn't that amazing? Him sitting there on the couch while two women, prostitutes, are urinating on each other. I didn't see the actual sex act. I saw the blurred version of it. But wow. What was Trump thinking going to a hotel and having two women urinate next to each other? What was his problem? Putin laughs after President Trump playfully tells him, "Don't meddle in the election." Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Today we'll go through Article 1, the constitutional underpinnings of abuse of power, and apply the facts of the President's scheme to the law and Constitution. And here I must ask you for some forbearance. Of necessity, there will be some repetition of information from yesterday's chronology, and I want to explain the reason for it.
Whatever. I've been bored by this guy for the past 3 days. Many people are saying, you know, he could have wrapped it up in one sentence or in one session. He's choosing 4 sessions and next week too. I mean, the longer you say it, it's not going to get any better. Yeah. Gary Ridgway was a Christian. Jeffrey Dahmer was a Christian. Adolf Hitler was a Christian. And I'm not saying bad things about Christians, but bear in mind that a lot of bad people have been Christians. All right. Let's start picking on Catholics now. And let's not forget Jehovah's Witnesses, and the list goes on and on. I mean, we could just slam on every religion out there if you derive pleasure from it. Does it bring you pleasure? Boy, we got a lot of atheists in here. It's weird. They just hate religions. I know. Yeah, let's pick on the Mormons. Let's pick on all of the subsects of the Mormons, the Latter-day Saints. I mean, let's just pick on every single religion out there so we all feel better about ourselves. You know, if there truly was a way out of this, it would be to stop hating each other. That would be a good start. But hating on each other's religions isn't going to save humanity. Or the worst religion of all, the atheist religion. That's an intense religion, where people run around proselytizing that there is no God. Wow, they gather too. Remember the amazing atheist? He got tons of YouTube followers. Oh, let's talk about Jewish people too. Absolutely. If we're going to pick on all religions, I think every religion, including the Jewish religion, is fair game. Oy vey. Such a deal. Jews have had a bad rap over the years. People think they're greedy, and they're not. I've known a lot of Jewish people who are not greedy. The ones that are really, the ones that want to be Jewish people, the Ashkenazis, like Hitler and Himmler and Goering and all the people surrounding Trump, those are the people that are really greedy. And I don't mean to hate on Ashkenazis, but the greedy ones are really just the Ashkenazis that are really greedy. Not all of them. Like Anita's an Ashkenazi. She's not greedy. She's, you know, the least greedy person. I've seen a lot of Jewish people and they're not greedy per se. But the fact is, a subset of people that claim to be Jewish and are not, the Ashkenazis, have given Jewish people a bad name. That's the fact. It turns out Hitler was perhaps one of the worst Ashkenazi Christians, and he wanted to kill all those Jewish people. He actually didn't want to kill the Jewish people. For a while, he wanted to actually just send them to Palestine, because he was a Zionist. Yeah, Hitler was a Zionist, Trump is a Zionist, Biden is a Zionist. They had planned on taking over Jerusalem because Hitler believed that the Ark of the Covenant was in Jerusalem, and that by attaining that land, that they would be able to search for the Ark of the Covenant. Isn't that absurd? It is called the Ark of the Testimony. They believed it had special powers. They believe it's some sort of an Ark of God, a gold-covered wooden chest with lid cover described in the book of Exodus as containing the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, as evinced by the picture. According to the various texts within the Hebrew Bible, it also contained Aaron's rod and the pot of manna. The Ark of the Covenant was covered on all sides with gold, in which was a golden jar holding manna, and Aaron's rod which budded, and the tables of the covenant. So you can imagine how powerful this thing was. That's not an actual picture, that's a drawing. So bear in mind, that was a very important thing that Hitler wanted to achieve. And it wasn't just his decision. He actually started warehousing these people in concentration camps. giving with one intent, and that's to send them to an area of Palestine, which ironically later became Israel. So that's why we have a Zionist president and a Zionist running opponent, Biden. It all boils back to the Zionists. Yeah. That's what makes the world tick, is Zionism. You didn't know that? It's a secret cult that was established in the 1890s to take over the world, and their end game is a new world order. Yeah, that's why we are all battling the new world order now, because of their big plan. The new world order, yeah, see that? And they somehow believe that global governance is better in the hands of a few people, when in fact that's never existed on Earth. That no one group of people has ever ruled the world. That thankfully the nation-state model prevented that. That's right, Abraham Lincoln was Jewish, of Jewish descent. Yeah, I showed you that Barbara Streisand site a couple days ago. But once they achieved their great state of Israel, then they set their sights on something bigger. The entire globe. And they, along with the Masons, the Zionists teamed up with the Masons and worked together. They've been instrumental in creating this plan, and they've implemented it through the darkest secret corners of the Bilderberg organization, the Venetian royalty, if you will. They work with the Vatican as well. So this secret cabal has been implementing control over all the nations that they can through monetary means. Our country is run by the Federal Reserve monetarily, which is not even a government operation. It's a private concern. They even started their taxation process when they created the IRS in order to be the arm of collection. Our government never ever issued income tax for centuries, or at least 1 century, and then immediately started it once the Federal Reserve was created. Woodrow Wilson said that the worst thing that he ever did was sign the Federal Reserve Act into law. And therein lies the problem. We've got a private government working as a channel of connection to the World Bank, which owns our notes. And we have this belief that America is somehow sovereign, when there's not one single document, international document, supporting our sovereignty besides the Paris Treaty of 1783, which was actually a negotiated debt note. So we are still ostensibly owned as a nation by these power brokers, and we haven't even figured that out. And they print the money. They don't care. They can do whatever they want. So they've already acquired all this power. Now they just want to erase the nations, get rid of them. And they're doing it through surreptitious means, putting corrupt people in power like the Clintons, creating a dynastic government run by people like the Clintons and the Trumps. That's their big plan, is to hijack our two-party system and never, ever let the American people have any power at all. They picked a guy to run for president in 1960, John F. Kennedy, and then they killed him because he stepped out of their control. He's tried to slowly try to get rid of the secret societies. But the fact is, the people who got him killed are still in power in America, and until and unless those people are imprisoned, America won't ever be free. That's why Donald Trump won't release the information about JFK's assassination that he should have released about 2 years ago. He refused back then, claiming George H.W. Bush was named in the documents, but he won't reveal that information. Don't kid yourself. Donald Trump is not trying to stop the deep state. He is simply an arm of the deep state, an arm of the New World Order. And they control him with all of his financial connections. They have debt of $2.4 billion in shared debt he possesses. Donald Trump has to come up with a $30 million a month interest payment minimum just to keep his business rolling. Can you imagine running this nation and meeting a $30 million interest debt? That's got to put constraints on you. That's why you'd send your attorney off to Ukraine, pick up some of that Hunter Biden cash, And then they got their fingers caught in the cookie jar. The investigation so far shows that Giuliani was trying to get money. Yeah, it was more of a financial purpose that he went over there, not just to find dirt on Joe Biden. I haven't seen his name published in any official area, Mad Dog, so I don't think that's the case. So you guys are still talking about Christianity? How special. No, I don't think I'm going to be doing that rap song tonight. Sorry. I don't look a bit like Elton John. No, that's ridiculous. There is a relationship. I have English ancestry, admittedly, but we have a similar nose, yeah. But he has a little, he has one of those Jewish noses that kind of curls over. Yeah, I don't have that. Kind of a pug nose. Yeah. So you're saying I look like Sir Elton? Really? That's very flattering. I don't think so. It's a certain kind of a, well, whatever. Hey, he's got his road trip to start again. Will he ever do it? He had to stop because he had a respiratory illness a couple years ago, but I'm wondering if he's going to go on tour again. I don't really care either. Donald Trump. March for Life. Now we've seen him throw Julia. He's thrown Michael Cohen under the bus. He's thrown everybody under the bus and fired everybody he can. Now he's throwing babies out there as part of his tool to keep his voting bloc supporting of him. Donald Trump is claiming that the reason why they're attacking him is because he wants to protect unborn babies. The reason why this whole impeachment hoax, the Russian hoax, the scam hoax, hoax this, hoax that, all that's because he's really fighting for unborn babies. Can you, how low will this guy stoop? He's doing this for the children. He outlined his achievements in restricting abortion access, expanding the global gag rule to appointing conservative judges to the nation's federal courts. He claims that they're going after him because he's doing all these big things to stop abortions. What will he think of next? It's not true. He's really being charged with crimes against this nation and against the future of our country, because there are people like Adam Schiff who's a little bit worried that we've got Russians meddling in our complete political system right now. Sarah's here. So you're back. Great.
I am back. I did do a little bit longer in the bathtub.
Oh, good.
I'm still, yeah.
I noticed that water was still warm, so I said, well,
Yeah,
take advantage of it.
Yeah. I just drained it because of getting cold.
Good. All right. Thank you so much. All right, Sarah. Well, this has been an exciting evening so far as watching Donald Trump squirm like a sneaky snake that he is under the charges of the 2 impeachment charges that are being laid out every day in full. It's really strange. Lindsey Graham is now...
I've said consistently, I'm not going to grant...
Lindsey Graham has said publicly he's not going to ask for Hunter Biden to testify. Now that's an interesting move, because it's like he doesn't want anyone to look into anybody's background with Ukraine. Well, because Lindsey Graham is getting money from a Russian oligarch. He doesn't want to start looking under stones.
I have said consistently, I'm not going to grant witness requests by the defense. They could have called all of these people if they'd wanted them in the House. They denied the president his day in court, and I'm not going to legitimize that. There are a bunch of people on my side want to call Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. I want to end this thing sooner rather than later. I don't want to turn it into a circus. I think Schumer said yesterday, we're not willing to trade Joe Biden for anybody. I think I know why. I want the American people to pick the next president, not me. And so what I think is the best thing to happen is to have oversight of Ukrainian potential misconduct and move on to the election. I am not going to use my vote to extend the trial.
He just wants us to wrap up real quick, because if anybody found out he's getting Russian money, the media would be all over that. But for some reason, the Democrats don't want to talk about it, because I think they're all getting money from Ukraine and other places. A lot of people in the two-party system are getting re-election money from foreign governments. And our country isn't even telling people this. Thank you. I will definitely be the man to help the people of this country. She's going to take off, talk about whatever she wants to talk about. Sarah has the show. Thanks for giving me a break. I'll be back.
Well, isn't it the people that write the book, Stormy? Never mind. Oh, I'm just myself tonight. Mangalitis, thank you. David's not a church-going person, but he does have a personal relationship with God. Ooh, that's a good one. I'll have to look. First thing that comes to mind, 117, is anodyne, but I'll have to look up all those definitions. Thank you for helping me do my do some studying. 117 says, which one is the odd one out? Puissant, anodyne, cogent, definitive, trenchant. And I said the first one that came to mind was anodyne. I have a really cool site I will tell you guys about called, it's not my site, it's somebody else's site, obviously, but it's called Etym Online. So we can look at all those words. Puissance. I thought all those words may refer to, puissant, strong, mighty, powerful, from the Old French to be able. Power, strength, authority. Anodyne, I was thinking as like a metal, but having power to relieve pain. Pain removing, allaying pain, from Latin, painless. Cogent, I thought had to do with the mind. Compelling, assent or conviction, from French, cogent, necessary or urgent. Power of producing belief, of being highly probable or convincing. Oh, anodyne is a word that doesn't mean powerful. To compel, no. Power of producing, powerful. Convincing, okay, interesting. You're gonna go buy some plywood and nails and see if it turns into a doghouse overnight. You need it for your dog. Definitive. Really? Definitive has something to do. Ending, determining, conclusive, fixed, established, certain, precise. Oh, from definite. Completely. Definitive has to do with powerful, really? Cutting sharp, from Old French. Well, ironically, all the words, I think, wait, let me look up definitive again. Definitive derives from French. Trenchant derives from French. Cogent derives from the French. Impuissant derives from French, but anodyne derives from Latin, medieval Latin. So that's another thing they all have in common except anodyne. Which one's an odd one out? Abrogation, repeal, derogation, revocation, or institute. I would say institutes. That's what just comes to mind, but oh, I was right again. Institute means to found or to create. I was thinking institution. The rest mean to recall or annul. Abrogation, repeal, derogation, revocation. I don't like things sprayed on my face, so no, I don't use David's fruit spray. I don't mind like a washcloth on my face, but anything else like a spray, I hate things sprayed on my face. Anyway, that site that I was looking at is Edtim Online. Shall I look up all those words? Abrogation, maybe I'll look up. I used to love looking up words. Annulling of a law by legislative action. From the Latin. Okay. Moving on. Oh, there's some people chatting over here. Alora, hello. And Senator is over there. Okay. I think I'm going to open up a new one. Wow. The January 8th missile attack left 34 U.S. troops with brain injuries. Wow. The Iranian missile attack an American military base. Trump dismissed them as headaches. Now, the coronavirus is in Chicago as well. A Chicago woman who traveled to China was diagnosed with the coronavirus. Okay. Again, I never voted for Trump and I never will vote for Trump. Bodies of U.S. firefighters have been retrieved from a crash site in Australia. 3 U.S. firefighters died in a plane crash earlier this week in Australia's remote bushland while battling a fire. Wow. All right. Why is the screen black? I didn't realize the screen was back. Yeah, I agree with 192, those concussion bombs over in Iran. Oh, is it ads? They put... Oh, Vaughn has forced advertising. Okay, yay, I'm back. Wow. Texas lobbyists and politicians dodged $800,000 in fines because there's weak campaign finance laws. Okay. I'm just looking at the headlines. They think that there's going to be a lot of youth turning out to vote in Iowa in the primaries. We'll see. Remains to be seen. All right. No, I'm not, Mad Dog. Are you? My family does. Well, some of my family does. No, David's just in the kitchen finishing dinner. Hello, Tiddly D. Political love, you're the smartest person you know. Do you know anyone? No, besides yourself. I'm just teasing. Sorry. Okay. Well. You're watching dog transformations on YouTube. They where they got rescued and they're great. They were like vicious dogs, but then they got rescued or something. Do you have a dog? Oh, they're treated really badly. Yeah, anyone treated really badly. It is hard. I wonder how dogs do it, because it's hard for anyone to get over trauma. No, I'm not wearing my grass's blue shirt. I do wear that about once a year during our music festival. But then sometimes I don't. Tiddly D was saying he's over on iVlog, and he said he was watching dog transformation videos on YouTube where the dogs originally had been rescued because they had been treated really badly, and then the dogs transformed once they were rescued and treated nicely. Sometimes it's hard to get over things, even if it's all in the past. You're talking to me. What? No thanks, Cal Worthington. I'm not thinking about that. I'm reading headlines. No, David doesn't microwave lettuce. Okay, let's see. Oh, can't hold on to mean words. I agree with that. Gotta just let things go. Roll with the flow. That's what I try to do. David is not Bernie's age. No, I don't think I can do an Irish accent. Irish, that's about as close as I get. Bernie Sanders is 78 years old. David isn't 60 yet. The luck of the Irish, that's about it. Oh, probably not good. No, I just said, sorry, 117. Sanders is definitely way older than David. It's funny, though, because Sanders is as much... The difference between Sanders and Sponheim's ages is the same difference between Sponheim and Sarah's age. Scottish rebels. No.
Okay, I think I can handle it from here. You might want to watch the show.
Yeah, I think I might.
Enjoy yourself. Yeah, you've worked so hard this week.
Oh, man.
You probably need a back rub, too.
I have had quite a week.
You have. It's been a very busy week for her.
It has been. Thank you.
I had a nice dinner tonight. It was good. I had my fill, and I saved some for in a bowl for whatever if you want any later.
Oh, okay.
But I pretty much packed everything else away bone-wise.
Oh, good. I had
You had a pastry?
Yeah.
Cool. And thanks for bringing the Swiss chard. That was great.
Yeah.
I made a little of it tonight.
I was like in the garden after school. I did a
lot of work out there in the garden.
Really. Not yeah, but it was really the waste on it, like, because I had to go after school, and normally like the janitor throws all the food waste away.
Right.
But because of the waste audit, all the food waste that he normally throws away was being stored in buckets, and the person helping me with it just left the buckets there. So for the last 2 days, I've had to go and throw all that food waste that can't be composted in the garbage can.
Yeah.
Sadly, yes, that's where it goes, in the garbage can. So don't waste food.
Yeah.
Only take what you're gonna eat when you go to a restaurant, and finish everything that's on your plate.
Yeah, I always learned to finish everything on my plate when I was a kid. It was a thing that my parents always taught everybody. And so many parents today they don't want to make their kids feel upset. That gosh forbid.
David takes better care of my worms sometimes than I do. He's always like in the summer. We went on our trip when he got back. It was like in the August. He's like, we should go water your worms.
Yeah. Every other day I was like, we need to get water on those worms, because they really do get dried out in the summertime.
And this winter, it hasn't been too good for the worms. They're doing okay, but it's really the problem. There's some issues with my worm bins, but
they stay
okay.
in the bottom of the heat area. If you take a pile of manure and put it in front of your house, you'll see steam rising out of it in the winter with snow all around. It's amazing. Manure has its own heat. Same with the compost bin. It makes its own heat. It's weird.
That's true. My compost bins in the snow.
They were all melted.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't go up there very much in the snow. But the first day, it's like the snow doesn't collect on them because of all the compost.
They're warm.
Yeah.
They are literally hot boxes, and the more the worms are active, the hotter they get. I was surprised. I was thinking of building a house inside of a large mountain of manure. I thought that'd be a perfect way to heat a house if you could put up with the smell.
Yeah. It's not too cold here. It's not freezing anymore. It was last week, but I look at my worm bins and my worms are doing okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I just said build a house inside of a compost bin. I didn't realize that. No.
Well, Maxed Out Credit was giving me all these links, some I could not keep up with, just probably because I'm too tired.
He sends link
But
after
he
link.
was,
Yeah.
yeah, he does. I was saying, man, I guess I'd have to look at all your links if I do want to write my book. But one of the things he sent tonight was about how they do vermicomposting in furniture or something.
Oh, really? Vermicomposting in furniture.
Yeah, something like that. I know.
Well, I'm pulling out my old. I'm building a solar pond system, and I pulled out that old wood and cleaned it up today, and I'm air drying it, sun drying it, and then I'm going to water seal it, and then I'm going to repaint it and fix it, so it's all very strong. I'm building a solar panel support system built for batteries.
Polyurethane my compost bin, and I have to rebuild some of my compost bins.
Yeah.
One of them I literally can't open anymore because of the wood cracked off right where the hinge is.
I think you should just get a piece of plywood and cover the whole thing and screw right into it.
Yeah.
It's cheap. It's the cheapest way to cover it, and it's unless you are looking for the aesthetics, then you have to.
I don't really care about the aesthetics.
Well, I mean, then plywood is obviously the best way to cover it, but.
I'd only have to replace one board though.
Well, then we've got boards like that in the garage.
Yeah.
I've got boards that'll fit that perfectly.
Yeah.
But who doesn't want to start working on the compost bin on your weekend off, you know?
I don't want to do it now. I'm just saying in the future, maybe in spring.
Yeah.
I have a lot of work to do.
I know.
And then there's other things like I really want to do, but I probably won't. But I should. Anyway, there's some things
Don't respond to that.
I like to do.
That's a very, very rude thing to put. You're not allowed to talk about that or bubble gum in the show.
I hate hot dogs.
Sarah hates that stuff.
And bologna and bubble gum. And most of the time eggs as well.
Eggs, processed meat, and bubble gum. She hates all that stuff. Thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your shows. I'll hang out and discuss politics as it's evolving. Whatever's left of it.
In the United States, a water-bombing aircraft has crashed. The C-130 plane was fighting fires near Walker in California when it exploded in mid-air. The blast separated the wings from the fuselage before it hit the ground. Witnesses say they heard two large explosions after the crash. The accident sparked more fires and evacuations in the area.
Okay. I'll get it.
Now, this does seem strange. This plane breaks apart, and I'm not sure what happens, but what I think, if you look at how it kind of explodes from the top down, it may have flown under a directed energy beam.
All right. Yeah, that's a very strange vivisection of the plane itself. It looks like a laser beam hit it right in the center of the plane. Now, if they are using directed energy weapons to start these fires, which makes sense because the fires are burning at over 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, then it would stand to reason that a water reclaiming vehicle could possibly hit the laser beam and rip apart. Well, guess what? Yes, go ahead. What can I do for you? I'm great, thanks. What can I do for you, sir? All right, so the thing is, if we are looking at a directed energy weapon used against the California coastline, and I must remind you, not one single person has been arrested for arson in over 300 fires starting in a 24-hour period. If that doesn't seem a little bit strange, 183 people have been arrested in Australia for a similar rash breakout of fires that burning at 2,500 degrees, and not one single word in the Australian press about these 183 people that supposedly started the fires. What would bring 183 people to start fires all over Australia? I I mean, what is this, like a mass pyromania addiction? What are you implying, David? Yes. You don't have to believe in climate change. Just wrap your lips around some muffler and breathe deep, and you'll get cancer. Are you people stupid? Do you really think that we should just breathe chemicals all our lives? What the hell? You must be retarded to sit there and think that there's no such thing as climate change. Well, what about just pollution? Hello? You know, I tried to find out if the word pollution trends on Twitter. They don't even know what it means. What's pollution? I haven't had any vehicle warranty calls. Thank you. How will you eradicate pollution? Well, hey, thank you for asking. We've got a multi-step plan. Filter the air. Big, huge Vornado filters could be attached to every major mountain range, starting to clean the air of not only carbon, but heavy metals that they're dumping in the air with chemtrails. Make sure the Air Force stops all chemtrail activity. And make sure everybody's got point-of-use filtration. Very simple stuff. It doesn't take a West Point graduate to come up with these answers. And then pricing up plastic, because plastic is ridiculous. We shouldn't be running around grabbing bag after bag of plastic, even at the vegetable counter. People should reuse their plastic. I do. And if they don't, price it up and use that money to get rid of plastic waste. And of course, more paper sacks. Some of you are complaining you don't got enough sack. Well, this is one way to get it. In the old days, they used to offer paper or plastic, and I would say paper, of course. But they don't even offer it anymore. They just stick 3 plastic bags around my groceries. So I'm going through the market, and I'm ordering a few things. And of course, we have to separately wrap the meat product. And anything that's too heavy, we're going to double bag it. Yes, Michael, can I help you? Yeah. I have plenty of time. I retired when I was 50. What are you talking about? I used to do advertising, TV and whatnot. Yeah. Were you? Great. No. It's called that Liberty City is part of the Grand Theft Auto program. What are you talking about, man? Okay. No. What's your question politically? I don't care to talk about the guys you know. What's your question? Yeah, what's your political question? We got past that. What's your political question? I think that the Iranians really screwed up, and they admitted it. They shot that plane down. I don't know. They're lamenting the loss of 63 Canadians who lost their life there. Yeah. Are you a regular viewer, Michael, or do you watch your show regularly? Or okay. Okay, cool. Great. Well, yeah. I think that. Later. Bye-bye. Okay, we actually had a credible caller there. Somebody's yelling in the background, "Get off the effing phone!" Okay. No, charge $1. $1 for a bag. They charge 50 cents for a bag in India. That's why people go around the Ganges River and sometimes they run into their ancestor while they're looking around for plastic waste. You're not going to believe this, but people fish plastic bags out of the Ganges to make 50 cents. And they clean it off and they drip it, dry it with their relatives dripping off of it. and feces and whatnot, and people pay 50 cents a bag in India. Yeah. I don't know who does, but bottom line is we need to make it so incredibly disturbing for you to spend money with your plastic bag that you'll get a sack, or like the paper sacks could be 20 cents a piece, the plastic could be $1, because we're paying for the end product to go in some dumpster, and that dumpster is going nowhere but in a landfill, which is going nowhere but eternal plastic waste. Well, you iVlog people just don't chat a lot. It's very quiet over there. I wonder what people over there. Senator McJizzy is here. How you doing, Senator McJizzy? And yeah, not much going over at Twitch too. So very private chats, secret chats. iVlog is a tough venue, but we've got a hardcore team of people constantly working to improve. Yes, Paul McCartney died November 9th, 1966. The guy who plays him is a pretty close match. Yeah, he's about 66% match to his face. His name was Billy Shears Campbell, or William Campbell. He was a guy who won the talent contest in March of 1966, way ahead of Paul's death, ironically. They ran a contest, and I remember seeing it in the Beatle magazines that I read for my sister. And there were like 13 fan clubs at the time, and they all produced Beatle magazines very similar to each other. And in it was the March contest to see who could impersonate a guy named Paul McCartney. You're talking about the situation regarding the Chinese flu, Frank Tufano? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as bad as you think. No, I think it's going to be contained. I mean, the deaths of the coronavirus in the past, the SARS virus, other viruses have not really blown out of proportion. So this will be similar, I think. I think there are going to be some spreads, like they've already got 50 people watched in America right now thinking they might have it. 2 people definitely have it. So it's not that big of a deal. It could be a fake effort to get people to vaccinate, but they say that no one will have a vaccination for this for another year. Yeah, China has done the right thing by quarantining the entire province. 40 million people completely under quarantine. But the stories that propagate on Freedom Friday regarding facial or people not matching their original face, Paul McCartney's top on the list. Paul McCartney was seen publicly with Jane Asher in many different areas. This is the original Paul McCartney with his lovely girlfriend Jane Asher. And after 1966, when Paul died, the person who came out impersonating him, Fall Paul, if you will, or Fall, had some work done. Ears are different. Lots of different things had to be done. We've even seen pictures of him wearing a prosthesis. But you can clearly see the original Paul is different in face than the current Paul. So much so that an Italian forensics team, they were so convinced that it was the same guy that they went out of their way to take a real detailed analysis of his face and determine that, in fact, he was a different guy. Here's a basic breakdown between the 2 facial constructs. Meow. Meow. You're welcome. I just fed her. But you can see the fake Paul on the right, the real Paul on the left. Big differences in their face. 66% match. So why would Paul have faked his, or why would they have put a fake Paul in there to replace? Well, for one, it was a money-making machine. The Beatles were bringing in huge revenue for Apple Records. 2, they didn't want to upset this is just, of course, theory. I'm describing conspiracy theory, but I'm speaking as though it's fact. That's okay. They didn't want to upset the young girls who were really, really in love with Paul, and he was one of the most popular Beatles, and they could have committed suicide if they found out he had died. So in a way, the impersonation of Paul was really a blessing. And I have to remind everybody that the Beatles did some of their best work after 1966. I have an opinion about the coronavirus. Sure. I believe it was artificially engineered in a laboratory in China. And we have credible evidence to support that belief. Yes, it's the Umbrella Corporation that started this operation. Zero Hedge had the story. We originally featured it 2 days ago. The Umbrella Corp Wuhan Ultra Biohazard Lab was studying the world's most dangerous pathogens. And they were warned by various organizations to be very, very careful, and I don't believe they were. So I blame China for this problem, for not being more careful with operations. And why are they studying dangerous pathogens anyway? Very suspicious, like they're engineering bioweapons. So I would say that this lab at the Wuhan, it violates international accords on biochemical weapon development. And I would have called China out in the trade agreement that Donald Trump just put pen to paper on. He didn't add anything regarding human rights, nothing about the problem in Hong Kong. Yet he claims to everyone, oh, we had a wonderful trade agreement, everything's going very, very well. He didn't do anything to advance the position that we've had on human rights with China. Nothing. And we didn't make any progress reducing tariffs either. So it's a joke. The man is a joke. We need to impeach him. He's standing in the way of our country's survival, if not success. Or success, if not survival. The whole idea of people eating bat soup is bat crazy. Xi Jinping would love to be the ultimate leader. Everyone would want him to be the ultimate leader, but he's human like everyone else. Not everyone makes the best decisions at times in their life. I don't blame him for the mistake of not overseeing this operation better. No. He just has to step it up. And now that they're building a 1,000-bed hospital by next week, I mean, it's phenomenal what they're doing. I hope they can compete, they can keep up with the growth of this potential spread of this virus. But you want to talk about a lot of people who look different today. Yes, I did a tribute to Porter Wagner on YouTube the other night, singing some of his famous hits. You missed my whole segment. Yeah, I do look a lot like him, I agree. Here he is. Porter Wagner looked a lot like me.
Harrow County's pointed out as
Harrow County pointed out
it's kinda square.
Kinda square.
The biggest thing that happens.
The biggest thing that happened
is the county fair.
Is the county fair. Yeehaw! We're doing a little Porter Wagner, everybody. I even sound like him, yeah. Well, that's because I am not Porter Wagner. Could we get back to the show, please? Thank you. We sent Alex Jones supplements to a person. They sent Alex Jones supplements to a vitamin company. And lo and behold, it turns out his supplements are no better than average vitamins at 1/3 the price.
You're not going to believe this, but these supplements have made him much more vital, and you can see by the muscle atonement in his upper body that he's clearly a bodybuilder.
Okay, we're moving on to the next subject. Is this impeachment trial still going on? My gosh, you'd think they would have impeached Donald Trump by now. Yes, and construction has begun for the new hospital. Look at all these people working in China. It's amazing. This is a job generator. The more people that die of the coronavirus, the more they work to build hospitals. All right, back to the news. Yeah, look at how busy they are. They're just digging, dig, 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 dig. I dig it. And, of course, Rudy Giuliani and Trump are colluding in the Ukraine thing for profit and political gain. Yeah, we found that out. I've heard enough testimony to be completely convinced that Donald Trump is a corrupt person looking to pat his own pocket. And I think many of you have come to the same conclusion. You have been removed from the show, ho, ho. Guest 6918, obviously obsessed with your megalomaniacal view of Donald Trump. His aggrandized sense of self-importance. How can anyone not realize Donald Trump is suffering from malignant narcissism? Well, of course, you're not a psychiatrist, one of the 20 or 35 that signed on to that diagnosis. No, you wouldn't know that. This is not a case of Putin pulling the strings and making Trump dance. It's an alliance of mutual interests, political and financial. They have grown so intertwined, it's difficult to tell them apart. Republicans and Russians alike both wish to discredit Ukraine's reformers and restore its corrupt Russophilic old regime, to smear the figures who supported those reforms, like Joe Biden and Marie Yovanovitch. Yeah, so Trump is really out to do exactly what Russia wants to do, is to basically destroy all the things that we've gained with Ukraine. Now, earlier I played a message from Mr. Straight Talk Express, John McCain, as he talked about how we needed to maintain our position in Ukraine and keep fighting for it's a fledgling democracy that's still building in steam. And Zelensky really galvanized his people. We just cut him off with a check of $400 million and said, oh, screw you. We want dirt on Joe Biden. Ugh. Giuliani. Yeah. Somebody needs to get him fit with new teeth. The ones he has need to be like cleaned and dipped in that effervescent stuff you soak overnight. Yeah, I really don't want to talk about rats and the Chinese market. It's just too much to handle. I've had too much bat soup tonight.
I have said consistently.
Speaking of rats, look at Lindsey Graham, the guy who takes money from a Russian oligarch. He won't comment about the Hunter Biden. He says, I don't want Hunter Biden. I just want to wrap this up as fast as possible. People are saying if they'll allow Hunter Biden to testify, then they'll allow John Bolton to testify. No, Lindsey just wants to put his tail between his legs and run home. Before anyone finds out, he's working with Russian oligarchs.
I'm not going to grant witness requests by the defense. They could have called all of these people if they'd wanted them in the House. They denied the president his day in court, and I'm not going to legitimize that. There are a bunch of people on my side who want to call Joe Biden and Hunter Biden.
Well, you should. How can they be on your side when you don't want to do that? Now watch him contradict himself.
I want to end this thing sooner rather than later. I don't want to turn it into a circus. I think Schumer said yesterday, we're not willing to trade Joe Biden for anybody. I think I know why. I want the American people to pick the next president, not me. And so what I think is the best thing to happen is to have oversight of Ukrainian potential misconduct and move on to the election. I am not going to use my vote to extend the trial.
So he thinks there are a lot of people on his side who want to get Biden and Hunter on the stand, but he doesn't want to actually get Hunter on the stand. I mean, this guy's a master at doublespeak. What a sneaky snake. And you people put your trust, you retardicans, put your trust and faith in that squirming, vile, two-timing cheater? My God. What's wrong with you retardicans? Why don't you wake up? You're the one standing in the way of us moving on. I'll take Pence over Trump any day. Even with his pro-life position, It's at least better than some tweetaholic sitting there going, oh, they're all bad. Every one of the witnesses, they're all bad. Every one of them are bad. What a lying sack of crap our president's turned out to be. Somebody quantified the number of lies at 15,000 in 5 years. But I agree with you Republicans. Hillary land would have been just as bad, if not worse. I will get my way. You've been muted. So far, everything I've said, every prophecy, every statement has been accurate 100% of the time in my show. I'm batting 1,000. Everything I even said Donald Trump would be impeached 8 months before he became president illegally. I even said he'd be impeached. I was right. I said he would never, ever overturn and repeal Obamacare, and they never were able to. I was right there. But Hillary, I don't know. Just as bad. Yeah. The fact is, they're both sides of the same coin. They both have been doing the same dirty deeds for the Zionist elitists for a long time. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. That's just a fact. And when somebody has a lot of money, they control both sides of the political spectrum. They own Trump, they own Hillary. So it really wouldn't have mattered what or who we voted for. If we had gotten Hillary, it would have been the same thing. She had a more aggressive gun control agenda, so you bought some time by voting for Trump. But Trump is now caving in on the red flag laws. That's what he's doing. He's already agreeing to red flag laws. So you people who support your right to bear arms are now kissing them away in Virginia. Now, have you heard Donald Trump speak out on the Virginia situation? Strangely, no. He hasn't mentioned anything. He's not leading the gun right advocate position. Pat, we're going to ask you to leave the show permanently. Thank you. You don't belong here. Harry Dunn's family meets the Home Secretary. This came to us from the UK guy. I was just wondering what this was.
Face-to-face meeting with Harry Dunn's family.
That's amazing.
Great to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for coming. With Harry's mum Charlotte too emotionally tired to be present, the Home Secretary and MP Andrea Leadsom met with her husband Bruce and Harry's father Tim.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what this is, but it looks interesting. I'll play it later. For lack of anything else to play. You got more links here? Okay.
The Last Word with Stan Collymore.
Yeah, that's just a little too weird. Some guy talking to a microphone like he actually matters.
The Last Word with Stan.
That's extremely disturbing. And you hereby have been muted for that reason. Don kept none of his campaign promises. He hasn't built the 1,000-mile fence. He only built 100 miles of a crappy slat fence that could barely stand up to a person with a crowbar. I'm not liking the Trumpster, no. When he said he was going to drain the swamp, instead he installed snakes who sucked up all the juice in the swamp, and now it's dry as a bone, home. I'm campaigning, yes. Are you not watching the show every night? Do you not come in here and get a free show every single night? Hello? No. I believe that this country doesn't need a puppet president like we have with Donald Trump, okay? Call me old-fashioned. I believe the American people deserve better people than Donald Trump as our president. We came from a long line of intellectuals. Teddy Roosevelt read a book a day. Thomas Jefferson had 5 books lined up on his shelf. You can go check them out at Monticello. It's amazing. He had a device to read 5 books at the same time. We've had brilliant presidents like Jimmy Carter, who had the highest IQ of any president in history. I would be eclipsing him by 30 points if I were becoming president. I'm nothing like Don Lemon. I'm white. He's black. No, I don't know. There are people living in Barstow. Let me take you to Zillow and show you how many people live in Barstow. You claim nobody lives in Barstow, California? I'll show you the property values there. I was looking at Barstow as a place to live on my way to Vegas. Let's see if there's anything. Wow, $10,000 you can buy land there. This is amazing. Barstow, California. Yeah, you get lots of parcels for $10,000. Look at that. You buy some property out there. 1.25 acres in Barstow. No, that's not ego. You have been banned from the show from communicating. Yeah, $10,000 for only 1.25 acres. Now, you're on the way to Vegas. So, you know, you see an uptick in the property value as time goes on. I mean, you couldn't be in a better place. That's pretty nice. Let's see if we can put some beds on this thing. 2 beds. Nothing. Take that sucker up to 40,000. Nothing. Well, you can buy bare land out there, but that's about it. 80,000. Just to get a house with a bed. There's 2 houses, 3 houses in a cluster. Zooming in on the cluster in Barstow. 74,000. 70,000. $34,000 will get you this lovely, beautiful mobile home in a space. No, I want land. I want a house on a land. There you go. Another space. Yeah, that sucks. So you got to pay up to $78,000 to have your own house. This beautiful $74,500 X house was boxed up and condemned. So basically you get squat in Barstow. Look at that. It's like completely condemned. Man, that's terrible. For 74 grand, you can buy a palace in Missouri for that price. Oh my goodness. Forget Barstow. This is the show we eat dinner to. I know. It's like the Truman Show in a way, yeah. It is kind of like a primetime classic. You know, I've been told by time travelers that I'm one of the most watched shows of all time. People who've come back from the year 2525 say, you are absolutely the most watched person in television. Jeffersonian Girl, thank you, Scissor Fight. We got it. Hey, if you want to go get this particular map, WhiteHouseGiftShop.com is the way to go. I don't know if the proceeds will be going to Donald Trump or not. So, yeah. Hey, by the way, has anyone noticed that there's no evidence that we received any money from Saudi Arabia when they claimed that they gave us $1 billion for defenses? I've been scrutinizing the entire government budget, the monthly Treasury report. Trump said we got $1 billion from Saudi Arabia for sending troops over there. I have not found that money. You think maybe Donald pocketed that billion? You think? No, I would never do that. Oh, no, I'm completely honest. Oh, I would never do that. Oh. Yeah, where's the money, Donald? Donald, if you're listening, I want to know where that money went. And by the way, who owns the oil field in Syria? I can't find that information out on the internet. Is it Standard Oil? Or is it Donald Trump oil? I mean, is it Vladimir Putin oil? Who the hell owns it? And now they're fumigating Wuhan? Don't give in to the hype and fear, folks. Yeah, I'm not overreacting to the Wuhan crisis.
So we don't know exactly if footage we're seeing is true with dead bodies lying on the ground. Is it propaganda? Is it programming? Is fear induced? Or is it real? This is another one that's, who knows if it's true or not, but let's just put it out there. 11 million people who won, quarantined and fumigated like roaches. What's that smell? No deers, just copious amount of raid. I don't know, this is posted January 23rd, but is it real? Is it something that is actually happening there right now? We're not sure, but I wanted to show it to you anyway. Now, spewing massive amounts of chemicals out into the sky, and it's just an 8-second clip.
I'm convinced. Hook, line, and sinker. I'm convinced they're spraying. You know, and I've seen pictures of the U.S.
Play it again here, and you can see, but it's going up. It's rising up immediately, and it's being dramatic, and it looks like that's just a car putting it out. Chemtrails on the ground, is that the new world we're living in? They're chemtrailing us from the ground now? I don't know, but I just wanted to share this with you. Thanks.
Yeah, I saw it too. I'm not really freaking out. I'm more freaked out about the fact that we're being sprayed like insects every day. Yeah, that's the part that bothers me. Chemies in the air, do-do-do-do-do-do, chemies in the air. Yeah, we're being dumped on. We know that. So why are we making such a big deal about fumigations in the streets of Wuhan? I mean, come on. Every day is a chemical nightmare just breathing the air. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of roaches and insects. One of being sprayed on a daily basis. You're traveling through the wonderful world of that of your imagination. You just got moxie. I got moxie, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I got moxie. Dave, do you go bowling with your gay friends? I don't have any gay friends. Okay, we're now leaving the air pollution control zone. Yeah, I just want everyone to know that we are being sprayed. That's not a condensation pattern when it goes off and on. Hello. Welcome to Friday night. Happy night. Yeah, happy times. Party. Party hardy, dude. I used to go out on Friday nights, you know, back in the old day. That one day that I went out. Back in the old day, you know, they usually say back in the old days, but it was only one day that I actually went out. I'm just kidding. Back in the old day, when I had fun. Amber's in her special place. She's special. Yep, so I said earlier, the people who got John F. Kennedy killed are still in power in America. Yeah, think about that. And unless those people are imprisoned, America won't ever be free. Think about that too, while you're watching your rights being taken away from you and a totalitarian police state forming around you. And know that you did nothing to stop it. Unless, of course, you really do want to start this third party with me. Yeah. You wouldn't be watching if you didn't, right? The CDC, Gates, Kissinger, all in one man-made coronavirus spreading. Yet just 26 deaths. I heard it was up to 46 and growing. We got a good one tonight from a Plain Truth. That was the Plain Truth we just heard just now.
Situation as it keeps unfolding with the coronavirus outbreak. This is from the Washington Post. Democracy dies in darkness. So let's share some light on Jeff Bezos and all these other bozos that are in on this.
Okay, we got that coming up. 26 minutes of more discussion about the possibility of false flaggery here. Don't overreact. I don't support the Democratic Party today. What makes you think I support the Democratic Party, G. Gordon Liddy? I'm not a Democrat, you freak. I told you I left that party because they don't want any input. They don't want democracy. Dave, did you see this? No, I did not. I like Joe Biden over the other Democrats. Yeah, he was my favorite back in 2007, so it hasn't changed much. I mean, aside from the fact that he likes to, indecently touch children, that's a little weird. But I've never seen any pedo charges labeled against him yet. I will admit his behavior around kids is a little odd. I'm not making a big thing about it, but I mean, it is strange. I mean, I don't even mind bad-mouthing the guy if I have to explain to you what Joe is doing. And he's not just doing it with children, he's doing it with everybody. Yeah, Joltin' Joe. But at least he's not like Ted Cruz and wanting to rule the world, you know.
Aspiration. Is that like sweat on my butt? No. Oh, I see. What you want me to do, what I want to do in life. Well, my aspiration is to, I don't know, be in a teen fit film like that guy who played Horatio. You know, he was in Malibu Bikini Beach Shop. Well, other than that, take over the world domination, you know, rule everything, rich, powerful, that sort of stuff. Aspiration. Is that like sweat on my butt?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America, Barack Obama.
Thank you, everybody.
Truth has nothing to do with the number of people who are convinced of it.
Can you believe that he said that's no big effing deal? Can you believe that? Yeah, I sometimes mute the mic so you can hear his voice better, but yeah, he said it's no big effing deal regarding the big Obamacare thing. It's a big effing deal, he said. I find that really disturbing that he would go out and say that, yeah. So I'm not full bore supporting Joe Biden. I just think he's the only one that stands a chance at beating Donald Trump at lying. Plus, he's a Zionist, and he's most likely going to get the support of the Zionist New World Order supporting him. Yeah. I'm against that, of course. I want a third party. Don't get me wrong. I'm not supporting Joe Biden here. Well, let's be clear. I don't know if Joe is in any weird sexual way with these children. I just don't know. I think many of you are confused. You don't understand who's at play here. Maybe you don't understand politics, because politics in America is completely controlled. I don't have any say in politics because I'm not controlled. But the people that are in charge really they've got every bit of reason to worry that there's going to be dirt on them. And it's probably being used right now to manipulate them, like Jeffrey Epstein's video file of them with a 15-year-old girl or something. I'm sure that could happen. That's what's really at play in American politics. So when you say that, this is all rigged, you're right. It is. Completely rigged. Some people were saying that Adam Schiff was smiling most of the time when he's saying things. It's like he knows that this is all a big joke. You got to wonder.
Because that's when it would be valuable to him, President Trump. He pushed for it when it started to become clear that Vice President Biden could beat him. And he had good reason to be concerned. Let's look at the slide about some polls. Throughout the scheme, polling had consistently shown the former vice president handily beating President Trump by significant margins in head-to-head matchups. The chart on the screen shows a Fox News polls emphasizing this point. The chart shows that from March through December, Vice President Biden had consistently led President Trump in national polls by significant margins. So beginning around March, Vice President Biden is beating the president in polls, even on Fox News. In April, Biden officially announces his candidacy. And then when the president gets worried. In May, the president's personal lawyer tells the press that he's planning to travel to Ukraine to urge newly elected President Zelensky to conduct the 2 investigations, one into Vice President Biden. You know what else happened in May? A Fox News poll showed Biden beating Trump by 11 points. This clearly did not go unnoticed.
Very interesting. So Trump really was so worried about Biden beating him, and all of his information gathering was showing this. We didn't see this aspect in the mainstream media. But Biden was slated to beat him, and now he's still in the lead in some polls. But it's very interesting to think that Trump would be using that as a motivation to hold $400 million in abeyance against Ukraine in order for him to get the dirt on Joe. We got dirt on Joe right now. You can watch what Scissorfight put together. He amplified the volume of Joe Biden's meeting with a 13-year-old girl in front of the White House when he was vice president. Watch this.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's something pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Wow. See what I mean? Now that, I admit, that's pretty pervy. Pretty pervy, no question about it. So, do I like Joe Biden? No, I don't like any of the Democrats. Is he the most likely to beat Donald Trump? Yes. Of the Democrats, he is. If I were given 1 second of media time, instead of being censored for the past 11 years, I could beat Donald Trump. I've got the verbal attack dog mentality like Joe Biden has. I don't mind ripping into him, doing what he does to everybody else. But Joe Biden doesn't have the vigor that a young man has. Joe Biden doesn't look like he's got more than a few years left to do this. And he even said he's not going to run for a second term, so how effective could he be if he doesn't really win us over the first term? It's another throwaway vote for the Democrats. So, I just think the Democrats are lost. They really are. The vigor, yes, the vigor. It's spelled V-I-G-O-R. Have you ever played BioShock? Yeah, there's a whole section on vigor in there. Yeah, so I think we've come to the point where we have to actually ask ourselves, is there anything more to talk about? And the answer is no. We've talked ourselves silly. I've got all the dirt I've talked about. I just can't keep bringing it in. But I can scare the living daylights out of you. Watch this hospital shot in Wuhan right now. Is this real or is this fake? Dying over there. Yeah. She's saying, yeah, he's dying over there. You understand Chinese, right? Does it look fake to you? Okay, press R for real and F for fake. I'm going to go real. What do you think? Real? Real? Fake? Real fake? Fake? Real? Real fake? Fake, political love. Freak, that's close to fake. Yeah. Real. Reptoid believes it was real. Would you like to play a repeat of the video?
I mean, it is, the money is there. If we can save the banks, then we can save the world. The money is there. If we can save the banks, the money is there. If we can save the banks.
Why would we want to save the banks? What is wrong with that girl? She never mentions chemtrails. She doesn't have a clue as to what's really going on engineering the destruction that we know today. What happened? Did you have your dinner? This cat is a 17-year-old kitty cat who's... We had her on CBD oil the other night, and I think Sarah gave her too much CBD oil because she had the runs. Come here. Are you feeling better? Yes, a good girl. You feeling a bit better? Yeah, so we pulled her off CBD oil. I said, no, not going to happen. Yeah, she needs to normalize. Plus, the local neighborhood was doing road work for 4 days out in front of the house with this bell in their vehicle. That had to cause her a lot of problems. No, she's totally... I've deferred her. I removed all of her fur, her dangerous fur particles. Yeah, she's pretty good. The runs... well, it just... She had a little bit too much liquid CBD oil. I'm pretty sure that was it. Although for a while there, I thought maybe she had the corona flu virus. But no, she's okay. Everything is beautiful. Hey, so we can do anything. Freedom Friday is all about freedom. Would you like to find a nice, cheap house somewhere in the United States that you could move into? I don't mind looking, since we've done all the news we could possibly absorb. Come here. You don't know. You can't do that. Let's see what we got for what do you think? $20,000? At least 2 beds somewhere in the United States. Okay, we'll remove the boundary. Mobile home, mobile home. Mobile home, yeah. You can get a mobile home and a space rental for that kind of money. But the thing is, you don't want to live in a space, especially around LA. Mobile home, see? Everywhere you turn, 20,000. Mobile home, mobile home. Mobile home, yeah. But if you go out and you go out of there and you go all the way across the country to the East Coast, and you go down into like the heart of America, no, you're not, nothing available anymore. No, there's nothing available for 20,000 anymore. Used to be you could find a house for 20,000 down there. No longer. Maybe Alabama, yeah. No, nothing. Nothing. Florida? No. Tennessee, let's try Tennessee. No. So I'm going to have to increase it to, say, 40,000. Not much, really. Things are getting bought up, man. The markets are changing. Let me change to 1 bed. Huh. Wow. Things are drying up out there. You got to spend over 40,000 for a house. These all claim to be houses, but when you go there, you click on it. Oh, there's something, yeah. 29,000. Ohio still has the best deals, I think. Oh, here's Jonestown, Pennsylvania. That's a pretty depressed area. $9,000 gets you a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. 2-story. Look at that. 1,000 square feet, a little backyard. That's pretty decent for $9,000. Wow. So Pennsylvania, Ohio might be the way to go. That is not bad tile work for $9,000, people. Look at that. Look at that house. Oh my God. Oh my God, you got the power. It's a nice basement too. I find that hard to believe that's $9,000. Okay, here's my pick for the day. Johnstown, Pennsylvania, $9,000 gets you a nice house and a backyard. Huh. Isn't it amazing? Ohio, Galion, Ohio. This house is $16,900. There it is. That's the only picture you got. All right. Hey, watch your language, man. Y'all coming in here saying a bad word, man. Look at all those houses that are under $40,000 across the country. It's lighting up like a Christmas tree. All right. And the closer you get, the more you see. See it? Close in on that. I'm psychically being tuned into this one. Williamsburg, Pennsylvania. Same kind of thing. 32.5. Yeah, so basically you have to go to the East Coast to get a good deal now. You've been to prison? You could die in that neighborhood? You know, I went to Jackson, Mississippi once with Sarah, and I was nearly mugged at an Arco AM/PM store. Well, I told Sarah I'd like to get some ice, so I went downstairs in the motel, and there was this room where they were doing drugs, and there were like 4 big black guys sitting outside their room, and they looked at me like, "What you doing here with your white?" Yeah, it's like, whoa. So I thought, well, and the ice machine wasn't working, so I went down to the Arco. I pulled in there, and as soon as I pulled into the gas station, some guy tried to open my door. It's like, yeah, man, come on, man. It's like you can't even get out of your car. Yeah, especially if you're a white man in Jackson, Mississippi. It's predominantly African American now. Believe it or not, yeah. That's the way things go out there. Oh, I go all over, G. Gordon. I travel everywhere I can. You know, not a lot of people know that Attorney General Bill Barr is not pursuing the Epstein case at all. He quietly recused himself from the Epstein case. Nobody even heard about it in the news. Because his father hired Jeffrey Epstein to work at an elite private school when Epstein was just 20 years old and had no degree in mathematics. I hear ya. So William Barr doesn't want to answer to anybody's questions. He's behaving very suspiciously. I think he should be named in the impeachment. Well, it wasn't my choice. We had to visit somebody in the neighborhood. I would not have stayed in Jackson if I could avoid it. But we made it through it. We got through that time and we managed to move on. Luckily, I didn't die. Well, yeah, Abraham Lincoln screwed up. It wasn't his fault when he had his head blown off. He had a reconstruction plan where we could have actually helped people transition to inner city situations. After he died, the reconstruction was completely ignored by Andrew Johnson. And what the hell was that? Look at that. How did he do that, Scissor Fight? Guess 864 just was redacted. How to spot a credit card skimmer. Gas station encounters. Thank you.
All right, you guys, we got another collaboration with Fave Trip today. Make sure you go check them out. Now, we're going to be paying attention to the 3 scallywags walking in the door. Now, the first guy's going to look up at the counter, then the second guy's going to look up at the counter, then the third guy's going to look up at the counter. You know, they all got to look up at the counter because thieves love looking up at the counter. Now, as you can see, they are all looking for something, but apparently they're having a hard time finding it. But
These are hidden cameras. Well, all I'm saying is Abraham can't be blamed for everything that happened after he had his head blown off by that godforsaken Illuminatist Frank Wilkes Booth. Yeah, isn't that weird? Scissor fight, have you ever seen anything like that on iBlog? I've never seen anybody black out the screen like that on iBlog. You see what I mean about how iBlog looks like it's got new owners? I also noticed something different about iBlog. We have 14, somehow, this is strange, we've got 14 viewers but 11 shatters. Yeah, so how are they viewing us any other way? But that's weird. I've never seen anything like that. That's strange. Honky Booth. Come on, people now. I think things are tapering off for the weekend. Nobody wants to talk about the impeachment process. Let's agree to not make a big deal. Oh, so you just did it too? Wow, how did you do that? What did you type in there that made that happen? Yeah. Look, I'm redacted. All right, so I don't even know what they're typing to make that work. Thank you for sharing. Well, John Wilkes Booth probably was not killed. There is evidence that John Wilkes Booth was still on the run when they managed to find his understudy, who looked just like him. They killed his understudy, his impersonator. John Wilkes Booth lived a full life. He was never caught. That's what I heard. They always say that about the assassins of presidents, that they wanted to be famous. So it's a character map. It's one of those... oh, okay. Thanks for sharing. It's very disturbing, isn't it? Hey, I'm not in any way demoralizing you people who were in the South who fought for the Confederacy. I'm not trying to make you feel like you're bad or you're looked upon as bad people. No, I'm not. I wouldn't take down your statues to your Confederate war heroes. I would not do that. I would have issued a presidential mandate saying if anyone was to destroy an edifice, they would face $1 million penalty at the state and local level, a federal penalty. That's what I would have done. It would have prevented a lot of controversy over Charlottesville and this upcoming civil war they're planning in Virginia. Yeah, so you can fake being censored. I get that. Yeah, I understand the mentality behind that. I've never seen the blacking out of iBlog. Thank you. I have empathy for the people of the South. I don't have relatives there, but Sarah has relatives in the South. And I have empathy for what you've been through. What happened in the South is a sad tragedy in many ways. You look at areas of Alabama right now on the coastline, nobody lives there. It's like ghost towns. So we really need something in the South. So what I'm proposing is an expansion of a project of dredging the harbor around the French Quarter of New Orleans. I believe New Orleans could be a very large port. My ancestors were from the Massachusetts area, and many of them did fight in the Civil War. I just don't know if my ancestors did. My ancestors, my father's side, came over here right after the Civil War, so we weren't really the Norwegian part of my ancestry wasn't part of the Civil War. I don't know if my ancestors were slave ship owners. That's just, I've never heard that before. No. They came over on the Planter, which is not a slave ship. You know, my chromosomes did fight in a war, World War II, Marfan. So technically I did fight in World War II. My chromosomes did. My father was a war hero in World War II. So yes, I did fight in World War II. So the French Quarter is a beautiful little area right here that, stands on its own. But there's an area up here in this region. It's the Bayou Sauvage National Wildlife Refuge. It's open space. As far as the eye can see, you pretty much navigate around there on the road. Let's take a trip on the Ridgeway Road here. Mostly just reeds and empty space. Look at that, see? There's not a lot of people living out there. So there is an area that would be ideal for dredging, and it's open to the ocean. Obviously, there's a potential here for any number of possibilities. This area right in here is the area in question. I'm wondering if this area in any way has a potentiality of being dredged deeper. And I've talked to some people that if we could do that, we could open up this entire waterway and create a harbor. This seems like a completely unused area of New Orleans. Shell Beach. I mean, it's almost like nobody's out there. You couldn't get the little guy to drop on that area if you tried. So maybe there's too much silt in the ground. I don't know, but they've got an ongoing dredging process. But I just would love to see New Orleans come back to life.
Hi, guys.
Hey, we've got Cabin Talk coming. Here she is. She's a wonderful Scandinavian woman who really tells it like it is. There's 2 minutes of her discussing the Green New Deal tonight.
It's Claudia with Cabin Talk, and here is my personal Green New Deal. Because everybody is talking about saving the planet. Let's save the planet. Can't wait to save the planet. Then they go and get a Beyond Burger and think that did it. Total bullshit. You know what saves the planet? You know what the Green New Deal should be like? You grow your own food. You get rid of the lawns. Lawns can be extinct for all I care. And everything that is a surface that can hold some soil is going to have food growing. That's the Green New Deal. You know what else is the Green New Deal? If people stop having flushing toilets and having compost bins instead and composting their own waste and then use that for the garden 2 years later. Now that's the Green New Deal, you know?
So I should eat my own feces and make a garden out of it? I don't know, but that's an interesting thought.
So if they really have the best interest of the planet in mind, then what they need to do is encourage people to grow food, encourage people to grow gardens, have a small footprint, live in small houses with a garden, not in 5,000 square foot mansions where 2 people are in there. Put a cap on the size of homes and grow your own food. That's
Put a cap on the size of your home? Hello, what? I'm sorry, but I live in America where you could build any size house you want, lady.
the Green New Deal. That
I'm not going to eat my own feces.
right there would change everything.
No, I don't
It
know.
would change everything.
If only she could get rid of the herpes on her mouth. That'd be great.
If people would grow local and eat local and not all this bullshit with Beyond Burgers and I don't even know where that stuff comes from other than, of course, that Bill Gates is invested in Beyond Burger, Tyson Food is invested in Beyond Burger. All of a sudden, all those extraordinarily expensive vegan foods are just the cat's meow and are going to save the planet. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Thank you, Claudia from Cabin Talk. You know, I don't always agree with her, but she has a unique perspective, and everybody has a right to their belief. So her main thrust was develop your own victory garden. Develop your own victory garden. Eat food grown out of your own fecal manure, and yeah. So, but I get the gist of what she's saying. I mean, we shouldn't fall for this, belief that somehow eating a Beyond Burger is going to make us more concerned about the environment or better, more carbon neutral. In fact, eating a Beyond Burger, if it's GMO, is only encouraging genetically modified soy, which is killing the planet. So I'm not sure how careful people are about the food that goes in their mouth, their pie hole. But I wouldn't eat out of a garden that I crap in. My God. We're devolving. The great new idea is to eat out of a garden you crap in. Really sustainable. I can imagine the E. coli breakouts that would occur as a result of that. You know, we're already eating lettuce that's grown in wastewater because Nancy Pelosi wanted to turn some of that water into the Delta smelt. Remember that 10 years ago? Yeah, I'm not trying to take your beef away from you. You guys who support your meat-eating ways, I'm not telling you to stop eating. Yeah. Yeah, that blew scissor fight out of the water when I came down on her. Hey, I don't agree with her ridiculous statement that we should eat out of our own poop. Yeah, you can take that lick and stick it. Who needs it, man? That's a dud. I'm not going to say screw the environment, but I don't think that we should in any way abide by some woman who's got herpes growing on her lip who tells me we should eat out of our own poop waste. I mean, come on. What the hell? Screen your links first before you come in here and drop shit in my room. Thanks a lot. God, get the hell out of here. Things are getting a little bit too weird out there to put up with this libtard crap. I'm starting to get pissed off. Yeah, I don't want to fall all the way over to the left either, you know? I'm not dropping in the Vaughn ratings, Johnny. Yeah, it was. He was all upset about me saying bad things about Claudia from Cabin Talk. I'm sorry, but that is just not cool when you tell people to eat out of their own shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was just she went off the deep end, man. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to it. Thank God we didn't have to listen to 30 minutes of her talking about that crap. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's getting a little old. The story is coming out of that everything is a conspiracy theory. That's where it starts to get a little bit old. Everything's false flag, everything's fake, everything it's like listening to Donald Trump. It's all fake news, everything's fake news. No, not at all. Some of it's true. Yeah, they did that in medieval times and got cholera and the plague. Good point, how dare you. No, I'm not dropping in Vaughn. Vaughn is censoring me on a basic daily level, and I've got numerous problems with people who deny my censorship. And I'm getting a little tired of people who just don't see what's happening. If they don't get that I'm being censored across the board, then what are they even here for? I mean, obviously the censorship has been going on for 11 years, and if you want to deny that, amidst all this evidence from all kinds of sources, then go right ahead, deny it. But I'm sick and tired of having to answer to people who deny the censorship. I'll make this show all about censorship someday if I have to. But when you look at a video like this and say, no, this whole flu virus thing is all made up, I don't know. This looks pretty real to me. It looks real, man. I'm telling you. I don't think these are crisis actors. I think people are dying in Wuhan. Yeah. Yes, I will ban people when I do a show on censorship so they'll understand what it's all about. As an illustration. Yeah, kind of a hands-on workshop on how to be censored and how to not be censored. Yeah, it's getting to be ridiculous. It's like I'm going uphill constantly trying to carry the load of people who claim they support me but don't believe a word I say. I mean, that's ridiculous. Seriously. I've had this conversation about censorship with so many people who have been with me this whole time, and they've seen more than enough signs to realize that I'm being censored, and they refuse to believe it. I don't know where I go with that. I mean, it's like, how could you possibly deny that it's been happening? I had one guy over at iVlog earlier who contended that I was making all this up. I said, well, look at my subscription numbers. I've had the same number of subscribers for 9 years, the exact same number, yet I post my third-party Twitter account with the same number of followers for 9 years. I'm posting the same information on our site all the time. I'm directing people to YouTube. They see it at the bottom of our website. Yet not one new subscriber. It's impossible. And that alone tells me there's censorship going on. But no, that's not enough for them to be convinced. It's not even worth talking about. It's getting to the point where I'd rather listen to Adam Schiff talk about nothing. Well, the nice thing is I don't have to live in the mind of a person who absolutely thinks that everyone is trolling them for fun. At least I know why people troll me. I get that. It makes sense. They don't want a third party to start. They don't want a guy who can generate interest and give strong opinions. I get that. But I don't get, no, these people are just a bunch of trolls. And they just like to sit and troll and attack you and lie to you all the time, David. And it's been going on for 11 years. You know that Warlord hasn't done any videos, no online presence, because Mark paid him 2 healthy chunks of at least 2, if not more, $75,000 apiece. Mark paid off Warlord's bills not once, but twice, maybe even 3 times. The reason why Lot Lizard doesn't do any more videos, because Lot Lizard is Mark's buddy, and he gets millions of dollars now. Yeah. And here we have another confirmation. There you go. Look at this. So a lot of these trolls have come back in the show, and they make so much money, they figure, well, we might as well tell Dave the truth. And here is one guy says right now, he said, Mark pays real good. Mark does pay good. Agreed. Look at that. And I can't get people to understand that I'm being purposely censored and trolled. Yet 2 people come in and say, yeah, Mark does pay good. I agreed. 768. Yep. And I can't make that simple statement click with some of the people that claim they support me. Not only am I being censored for gain for all these people making money, but not only am I getting screwed there, but I can't even get people who support us to believe it's happening. Can you believe that? That's the part that just blows my mind. It's like, you got to be kidding me. It's all the evidence is right there in front of you. Just wake up. Okay, here's the timeline. We're going to kind of follow up and give you a summation of where the election impeachment or the impeachment trial is at right now.
On May 9, the president's personal lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, said in an interview, and this is a quote, "I guarantee you Joe Biden will not get to Election Day without this being investigated." And by July, right before President Trump's call with President Zelensky, where he asked for the investigation into Biden, the Fox News poll showed Biden beating Trump by 10 points. And then, on July 25th, after years of not caring what what Vice President did, does President Trump ask for an investigation in his formidable political rival in the 2020 election? Senators, looking at this timeline of events, it is not difficult to see why the investigation of the Bidens would be helpful to President Trump. The mere announcement of such an investigation would immediately tarnish the former vice president's reputation by embroiling him and his son in a foreign criminal investigation, even if the charges were never pursued, just the mere announcement. And if a foreign country announced a formal investigation into those allegations, it would give allegations against the Bidens an air of credibility and could carry through the election. The evidence is clear. Everyone knew, even Ukraine, that there was no merit to the allegation that Biden called for the removal of Shokin for any illegitimate reason. Biden asked for it because it was consistent with U.S. policy, because Shokin was corrupt and with the backing of our allies. Even President Trump knew there was no basis for this investigation. That is why for years after Shokin's removal, he continued to support Ukraine, never once raised the issue. It wasn't until Biden began beating him in the polls that he called for the investigation. The president asked Ukraine for this investigation for one reason and one reason only, because he knew it would be damaging to an opponent who was consistently beating him in the polls, and therefore it could help him get reelected in 2020.
Therein lies why Donald Trump did what he did. Yeah. They're analyzing the motivation. We'll look at this later tonight as one of our video lineups. We don't want to bore you with this entirely right now, but yeah. I think a lot of this has laid out the timeline and the motive and the reasons why Donald Trump wanted to get the dirt on Joe. And the fact that he held the $400 million away from Ukraine for 84 days, it indicates intent and a deliberate wish to use that over the head of Zelensky. Yeah. And we can't rely on Zelensky saying there was no quid pro quo, because he wants the money next year. And he doesn't know whether Trump will make it to the next year or not. So, pretty sad that this has been going on and hijacked our entire country's history. But at the same time, we're not going anywhere with Donald anyway. He's done veritably nothing. He hasn't made any advances in cutting the cost of health care. He hasn't done anything to deal with the border crisis. We have more people now at the border trying to get in than we did under Obama. I agree. It is a good job of presenting the case to the Senate, and it's not boring to some people. It's not boring to me, but to many people it is boring. Slow modes. Yeah, he even tells right here, they're telling people how Mark pays the people that troll us. Mark does pay good, agreed. He pays with Zelle, Venmo, and Cash App. They're even telling me how he pays them. Yeah, so I'll copy that and put it in my register. It's, just as an information gathering. And I've got one person in the show who's become a real problem, because no matter what I say to support the argument of censorship, they continue to say, no, these people are just trolls that like to have fun trolling your show. I get, on average, maybe 2 death threats a day. Yeah, are you completely brain dead? That's my question. I get, on average, 2 death threats a day for the past, 8, 9, 10, 11 years? I don't know what Zelle and Venmo are. I just copied it and put it in my notes. I didn't realize they're 2 different venues. I'm adding that just to my information gathering right now. I just put it in a little file and keep track of everything. I have voluminous pages of files supporting the argument that I've been censored and people get paid doing it. In no way is Donald Trump doing a good job. You can't quantify one thing. I could beat Trump in a second. Give me 1 second of media time, I could beat him in a second. You got to understand, I've been censored for 11 years. Not one single thing has been talked about other than for Donald Trump to steal my ideas. That's not exactly him coming up with new ideas. That's him using my ideas. And then when I have a person who claims to be a supporter come in the room all butthurt that I think that I'm being censored, and they still think that, oh no, the trolls are they enjoy doing this, Dave. Yeah, and even you helped censor me. And you're admitting it. I know. Believe me, that guy is not about disagreement. These people are trolls, slow modes. Even you are an absolute idiot for thinking that I'm not censored. It's absurd. So bear in mind, I can only put up with such idiocy for so long. Many of you will lose the cut and won't even be able to watch our show soon. I'm about ready to do a cleaning of the house. And I don't care if I have one viewer. It doesn't matter to me. I'll have one viewer and I'll be talking for the entire show. Well, I'm calling you an idiot because you refuse to even answer to the question, why would my subscriber count be the exact same number for 9 years on both Twitter and YouTube? No, I'm a centrist. Mad Dog, you know that. It is real. And I get tired of preaching this dialogue, but consider this the beginning of a long preaching experience, because I'm literally not going to be able to have certain people in my room soon. I'll be kicking people out who don't understand what's going on. You won't have a place here under any name. I've been so censored, and Mark has kept so many people out of the chat, and I've never culled people based on their opinions. I only call people based on defamation, but I'm going to enlarge the banned terminology to stop anybody who denies me the simple freedom of speech to say that I am being censored, and it is real. And if you don't believe it, get the hell out of the room and don't ever come back. Because we're starting right now. Forget the 11 years I've been doing this. We're starting right now. Bottom line is, there is a solid reason why these people don't want a third party starting. They are afraid of a centrist political movement that unites people. And anybody who comes in here and condemns that, claiming it's just BS, Dave, you are actually serving the very people that are censoring us by saying, oh, Dave, it's just a BS story. You're going to work? Okay, DT. Good night. Take care. I believe it. Donald Trump is not a third party. He's a loudmouth freak who continually does whatever he wants for his own personal benefit, regardless. And he's got you morons believing him somehow that his lies are real, that they're true. It's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. No, it's actually full of details, full of witnesses, and full of emphasis on the simple fact that Donald Trump misused his power. And he is denying witnesses to testify, which is obstruction of Congress. So everything points to Donald Trump being impeached on the levels that have been described. But the thing that's standing in the way are senators that are working for Russia, like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell. They're the ones preventing an impeachment from going forward right now. And the sooner we get that out in the open, that they both get money from Len Blavatnik, a Russian oligarch, the sooner this entire impeachment fiasco will end, and the Republicans will have to admit that they are, in fact, dealing with Russian collusion in this election, in this entire process, in this administration. Lab-made coronavirus. Story gets better and better. Yeah, many people are believing that Wuhan is the center of a biological terrorist operation in China designed to poison the planet. Ralph Barrick, an infectious disease researcher at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, published a study in its team's efforts to engineer a virus with a surface protein like the coronavirus, found in horseshoe bats in China, and the backbone of one of the causes human-like severe acute respiratory system, SARS, in mice. The hybrid virus could infect human air cells and cause disease in mice, and this was published in the Journal of Natural Medicine, Nature Medicine. And it ignites a debate about whether that information justifies the risk of such work, known as the gain-of-function research. Now, a few years ago, experts in gene mutation in the United Kingdom announced in a medical journal that they could weaponize any gene. Thankfully, British Royal Intelligence suppressed the publication and the how-to methods of doing that, and told these bona fide, ignorant, educated fools that what they were doing was handing over a dangerous bioweapon technology to commoners who read their publication. These scientists were so excited about the way they were able to weaponize genes that they were publishing it. And British Royal Intelligence yanked that publication and told them to shut up. And according to the Homeless Shank, the virus was released to the public as far back as 2015. And now it's spreading in other areas. We're being attacked, folks. Our world is being attacked, and the people, the evil doers that are engaged in this behavior will stop at nothing to get rid of us. Now, I have to really calculate whether my pursuit of this effort is being stymied by people that continually doubt me and question the validity of the censorship that's been going on. I'm wondering to myself, is it really worth it to have people who are so completely oblivious to the censorship that's been happening in my show for the past 11 years that they would continually claim that there's no such thing as censorship, David, it's just a bunch of trolls. I have to ask myself, do I actually need those people in my show? I really do. And I'm going to be very close to keeping you in the room if you continue to deny the facts that I lay out in front of you. Now, I'm sure many people would like to make up BS stories about getting money, but I've got hundreds of people that have sent me emails attesting to this fact, attesting to the idea that they made lots of money. One guy built, Kiss Fan 71? He made $350,000 last year censoring our show. I got a guy over there at Super Saver, had made $4 million threatening my life. They're telling me because their guilty conscience is coming out. They can't help but feel guilty for what they did. And I get people who don't believe a single word they say. That's fine. But standing in the way of what's really happening, not recognizing that this is a censored effort going on daily, you're standing up against my freedom of speech and my truth, and you're no longer serving a purpose in this chat room if you continue to doubt the censorship. On that note, I am going to end this show tonight. I'll be in the show till 1 o'clock, though, playing videos. And we will continue with this nonstop effort to reveal the truth about what's happening in our country. Your argument is bullshit. They want to make you mad thinking they made money. That line lasted about maybe 2 years. But we're going on 11 years now, slow modes. This is no longer BS. There's a lot of truth to it. Just answer the simple question, how does Mark keep these servers up and running? Show me the money. When you follow the money, you'll find the corruption. Oh my God, I'm dealing with people who have no critical thinking ability. It's almost unbelievable. I'm Mr. Right, signing off. Take care. Good night. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. Right. my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just to turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.